Please take your seats. CoMotion Global will start in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. CoMotion Global is about to begin. Please take your seats. CoMotion Global is about to begin. Please stand for the national anthem.
First footsteps across shifting sands. Wheels turning with the rhythm of nature. Movement was survival, discovery, connection. Today, the world moves as one. Cities breathe. Networks hum. Every journey connects us. A new era is here. Technology, people, and planet come together. Possibility reaches beyond what we know. Across landscapes, motion shapes life. Welcome to CoMotion Global 2025. Welcome to Riyadh. The future of mobility starts here.
Please welcome to the stage John Rossant, founder and CEO of CoMotion Global.
Thank you very much. Good morning, or good afternoon rather. Your Excellencies, dear guests, welcome to CoMotion Global 2025. It's a true honor, a real honor to open this gathering at a time that is a true technological inflection point in urban mobility and in the life of cities. Not only here in this great capital of Saudi Arabia, but in other cities in the kingdom, in the Middle East, and all around the world. We're gathering here for the next 3 days for the first time that CoMotion convenes in the Middle East. This inaugural edition brings together more than 2,000 leaders, innovators, public sector visionaries, and investors from 91 countries. And I want to extend a special welcome to the nearly 100 mayors and city leaders who have traveled here from all 5 continents to take part in these deliberations, from Johannesburg and Freetown and Casablanca in Africa, from Helsinki, Rome, Santiago de Chile, Austin, Texas, Katowice, Poland, from Islamabad and beyond. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum wa yusharifuna wa yusiduna hudurakam el-karim. What makes this gathering exceptional, I believe, is both its urgency and its ambition. We're not merely exchanging ideas, we are laying the groundworks for a brave new urban era in which people and goods move efficiently, sustainably, and seamlessly. The technologies and the policies that we will be discussing, from autonomous vehicles to air mobility regulation, from hydrogen propulsion and next generation batteries, to sentient cities and smart infrastructure. These have the potential to transform how millions of people move, live, and breathe in cities. Imagine cities where mobility and transportation are responsive to real human needs, where commute times shrink, where pollution disappears, where energy consumption really declines, and horrific traffic fatalities become largely a thing of the past. Imagine transportation ecosystems that embrace artificial intelligence, clean energy, and connectivity to serve inclusion, sustainability, economic growth. This is not a distant dream. It is the mission we embark on today. With the extraordinary lineup of speakers over the next 3 days, you are an unparalleled concentration of talent, insight, and willpower. Together, we hope to mobilize this energy into a truly impactful global coalition. But ambition alone is not enough. CoMotion Global will be transformative only if it becomes collaborative across sectors, across continents, across disciplines. Through initiatives that we are launching here in Riyadh, like Mayors in Motion, uniting city leaders in an unprecedented global effort to accelerate urban innovation. We hope to build a living network, a community committed not just to ideas, but to implementation. And nowhere is that spirit of innovation more evident, more present than here in Riyadh, which is why we're here. And so we're so delighted to be here. By convening in this capital, we recognize, if recognition were needed, the critically important role this part of the world is now playing as a hub of mobility innovation. You only need to step outside this venue to see, for example, the new Riyadh Metro, the world's longest fully autonomous metro system across its 6 lines and 176 kilometers. It's a landmark project, reshaping how millions will move daily, are moving daily. Air-conditioned bus stops and a fast-expanding BRT system are improving public transit comfort and accessibility. And many of you seen the autonomous vehicles that are being tested even as we speak on Riyadh streets. And here I want to truly salute His Excellency Dr. Rameh, the Vice Minister of Transportation and Logistics Services and the head of the Transport General Authority, for the incredible work that he's been doing. He will be speaking in just a short while. And thanks to Dr. Rameh and his team and other teams, few nations give such strategic importance to mobility and transportation as Saudi Arabia. Long before it was fashionable, Saudi Arabia was making bold investments in advanced mobility, backing early-stage companies with names like Uber, not just for financial return, but to access core technologies that could better knit together this vast, almost continental nation, whose population is now over 85% urban. Rapid growth places pressure on infrastructure, as we can see, congestion, pollution, road safety, land use. But that pressure is exactly what creates so many opportunities. It's a unique window that we have now to shape new systems with clean mobility, intuitive planning, and technology-driven solutions, rather than retrofitting them later, as is happening in other cities in the world. And that makes Riyadh and the Middle East not just markets for innovation, but truly unique laboratories for the next generation of urban mobility. And there's another strategic dimension to convening here that I think is exceptionally important. This is one of the very few geographies in the world, one of the very few places in the world where our friends from China, arguably the most consequential mobility players today, can sit at the same table as their counterparts from Europe and North America. That matters. We must encourage East and West to work together for a better urban future, rather than devolve into competing and antagonistic ecosystems. I look forward to the discussions on this subject over the next couple of days. By meeting here in Riyadh, we are declaring that this new mobility era will be shaped not by a single region, but by a global coalition. I'm hoping this summit can be more than just a conference. Let it be a turning point, a commitment, a launch pad for cleaner air, freer movement, smarter infrastructure, and human-centered urban life. None of this would have been possible without the support and engagement of our many partners, starting with the amazing team at the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority, SEGA, our host this week, the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services, the Transport General Authority, the Royal Commission for Riyadh City, Riyadh Public Transport, the Municipality of Riyadh Region, the Ministry of Communications and Information Technologies, the Ministry of Municipalities and Housing, and the King Abdullah Financial District, which is where we are today. Thank you very much. Finally, I wish to thank my dear friend and mentor, His Excellency Fahd al-Rashid, Chairman of the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority. His Excellency, as many of you know, has been a true urban visionary, is a true urban visionary. He's the Saudi representative to the Urban 20 track of the G20, and has been deeply, deeply involved in shaping urban development for more than 20 years. Thank you, dear Fahd. Thank you for being here. Let's get to work, and please join me in giving a very warm round of applause to His Excellency Fahd al-Rashid. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that very warm introduction. Much appreciated, and it's great to be working together again, bringing urbanists together from all around the world. Thank you. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished mayors, our dear guests, welcome to Riyadh and welcome to CoMotion Global. It is a privilege to host you at a moment when cities everywhere are reinventing mobility, not as a convenience, but as a foundation of competitiveness, opportunity, and dignity. Cities exist, as we all know, for one fundamental reason: to bring people like us together. Our families, our friends, our colleagues. Every opportunity a city creates depends on our ability to move and connect with one another. In that sense, mobility is not a sector of the city. Mobility is the city. It shapes how a city feels, how a city grows, and how a city succeeds. When mobility works, the entire city works. Productivity rises, inequality drops, the environment improves, businesses and talent thrives, and most importantly, our families live better. But when we talk about mobility today, it's important to remember, we're not just talking about vehicles, roads, or optimized traffic signals. We are talking about a complex, integrated system, a system of infrastructure, networks, services, data, and regulations that allow people and goods to move efficiently and safely through urban space. That is why there is no silver bullet. No single mode or single solution can solve every problem of mobility in the city. Mobility only succeeds when it is integrated and planned as a system and governed as one ecosystem. This system must also be nimble. It must be resilient and dynamic to adapt to the next generation of technologies. Because the future of mobility will not be defined by one technology. The future will be defined by convergence. The convergence of autonomous systems, on-demand services, clean energy, digital platforms, and intelligent infrastructure. The future is cleaner. It is safer. It is data-driven and will shape how our cities grow and how we grow with it. But this future is not guaranteed. It depends on the choices we in this room make. The investments, the governance, the standards we set, and the collaborations we build. That's why the summit is crucial. It's crucial because all of us here today as urban leaders, regulators, and innovators are coming together to redesign movement, connectivity, and access for the greater good of humanity. And we are honored to host you here in Saudi Arabia, where transformation is not aspiration, it is a daily reality. The kingdom is undergoing perhaps one of the world's fastest economic and urban transformations, and mobility is at the center of it all. We are expanding public transport at scale. We are investing in clean energy and electrification, and we are redesigning our cities to be more connected, more efficient, and more human-centric. Across the kingdom, mobility is no longer seen as infrastructure. It is seen as a catalyst for diversification and competitiveness. And Riyadh, your host city, is positioning itself as a testbed for the next generation of mobility solutions. Our dear guests, I believe that cities are humanity's greatest invention. And this generation, all of us here in this room, must now reinvent how cities move. This is why we are here. This is our moment. This is our responsibility. And together, we can reshape the future of urban cities. Welcome and thank you.
Please welcome to the stage your hosts for today, Nisha Pillai and Greg Lindsay.
Assalamu alaikum, marhaba, and welcome, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I add my own personal word of welcome to CoMotion Global under the delicious winter skies here in Riyadh. My name is Nisha Pillai, and it's my great pleasure to be one of your co-hosts here today. For those of us who are joining us on our live stream, a big warm welcome to you too. So why are we here? Well, we've heard inspirational speeches, haven't we, about how we're going to be meeting city mayors from almost 100 cities across the world, ministers, CEOs, and visionaries. And my fellow co-host here, Greg Lindsay, is one of those visionaries. We're all trying to reimagine how our cities move, how they connect, how ultimately we're all going to thrive in the future. And if you've got ideas to that effect, inspired by our speakers, perhaps, why don't you join the big conversation using the hashtag CoMotionGlobal? What do you think?
Hi, I think that's a fantastic idea. Please join in on any platform of your choice. I'm Greg Lindsay. I am Nisha's fellow co-host for the next 3 days, and I've also had the pleasure to assist John Rossan in launching CoMotion in Los Angeles in 2017. And over nearly a decade, we've had the pleasure of hosting conversations around the maturation of autonomy, which you'll hear about the invention and scaling of micromobility, but first and foremost about centering humans at the core of transportation and cities, as you heard us excellently talk about. And I know that, for as much as we've advanced those conversations in the United States over the last decade, coming here to Riyadh with its incredible pace of development, with the incredible investments made in Vision 2030, that this is truly the place to have that conversation and take it further for the real ramifications for global urbanism. So I'm delighted to help Nisha steer those conversations over the next 3 days.
Thank you, Greg. Well, we were inspired by what His Excellency Fahad just told us about how Riyadh is going to be a test bed for all sorts of mobility solutions. Let's find out a bit more about why it's so important. One of the pillars of Vision 2030. It brings us very nicely to our keynote address today from a leader at the forefront of the Saudi mobility revolution. Please join me in welcoming Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services and the Acting President of the Transport General Authority, His Excellency Dr. Romeha Al-Romeha. Welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سعد الله مساءكم جميعا بكل خير وسعيد جدا بوجودي بينكم ممثلا لمنظومة النقل والخدمات اللوجستية. Switching to English. After John and Fahad's speech, you stole the thunder, and I don't think I have much to say anyway. But I'll try, okay? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear international visitors, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and I hope you are enjoying your time in Riyadh and the exciting events taking place here. It's a great honor to join you at the CoMotion Global Summit 2025. An event continues to shape the global dialogue on mobility, urban innovation, and the cities of the future. Let me bring it down to what's happening in Saudi in transport and logistics. Since its launch, Vision 2030 has been the blueprint for one of the most comprehensive reform programs in the world. It has reshaped our economy, modernized our infrastructure, and ignited innovation across every sector. At the heart of this transformation lies transports and logistics. Not only are these sectors pillars of economic growth, they are also essential to our competitiveness, our quality of life, and our global integration. With the guidance of our leadership, the National Transport and Logistics Strategy has played a pivotal role in accordance I hope I'm not lost here. I'm trying to use technology, but you know. And accelerating this progress. The strategy has set clear national priorities, redefining governance and regulatory modes, expanded multimodal connectivity, and positioned the kingdom as a global logistic hub. The strategy has also catalyzed investments in smart mobility. John mentioned the autonomous, which is true, and we're working many projects. And the supply chain resilience, talent development, digital platform, ensuring that transport becomes not just a supporting function, but a national enabler of economic diversification and competitiveness. The scale of mobility transformation underway in Saudi Arabia spans every mode of transport. Let me talk about road and land transport. We have expanded highways and urban and road networks, strengthen intercity connectivity, and improve safety, which is very important to all of us, and performance indicators. The Saudi Road Code now embeds requirements of modern technologies such as Intelligent Transport System, the ITS, traffic sensor, digital infrastructure to ensure safer, smarter roads. The Kingdom has already begun deploying robotaxi and autonomous delivery systems under pioneering regulatory framework with safety protocol. Additionally, the Riyadh Metro, the jewel of our public transport, officially began operation 1 year, exactly almost 1 year last year, making a major milestone in the Kingdom of Urban Mobility transformation. Since inception, it carried over 125 million people, passenger, underscoring its role as a high-capacity, efficient, and sustainable mode of transport in the capital. Public transport has also expanded, and it's now operating in 17 cities across the Kingdom, with the plans to scale further in major cities such as Mecca, Jeddah, Medina, and Dammam. This expansion supports greater accessibility, reduces congestions, and enhances the overall public transport ecosystem nationwide. Moving to aviation. Under the National Aviation Program, we are reshaping air travel. We are increasing routes, enhancing passenger and cargo capacity. The year 2025 witnessed the launch of the new national airline, Riyadh Air, which started operating, marking the new chapter in Saudi aviation. We are also developing next-generation airports designed for seamless travel. Our goal is clear: to position Saudi Arabia among the world's top aviation hubs. Moving to ports. I'm trying to now take you on a journey here. Maritime ports. Saudi ports are today among the most efficient globally in container handling operation. They serve as a strategic gateways for global supply chains, and are vital enablers for regional and international trade. In addition, our ports are becoming increasingly smarter and greener. Railways, very close to my heart. New rail corridors for both passengers and freighter are strengthening economics cluster, supporting industrial zones, and enabling seamless multimodal connectivity across the Kingdom. We have large network of railway, and there are many projects in the pipeline, and you will hear about them soon. Sustainability, as the summit, and probably John mentioned, like CoMotion, sustainability is a shared priority. It is also a central pillar of Vision 2030 and an area where the transport sector is leading national progress. The Kingdom is advancing major environmental initiatives such as the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative within the transport and logistics sectors. Our efforts include clean and low carbon transport solutions, electric vehicle infrastructure, to say, just give a few examples. We are also developing a national sandbox for the new technologies, and providing ground to enable innovators, or inviting innovators actually, to test, validate, and scale future technologies in a safe, controlled environment before national rollout. These steps reflect a firm commitment to improving quality of life and positioning Saudi Arabia as a global hub for the future of mobility. Our goal is not only to build efficient systems, but to create cities that are smart, connected, and environmentally responsible, cities that enhance quality of life for residents, visitors, and the future generation. To make the long story short, let us shape a future where mobility empowers communities and drives economic growth. With that, I conclude. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for that comprehensive overview of the Kingdom's ambitious transport policies. They're nothing if not connected, sustainable, and smart. But what does that mean, actually? Smart transport, smart cities. Lying behind it, of course, is the promise of intelligence, artificial intelligence. We're all very familiar with our particular favorite AI tools on our personal devices, aren't we? But what does it mean in the context of cities? That's what our next session is all about. How AI could redefine cities as we know them. And for that, I'd like to introduce you to Professor Carlo Ratti, who leads the MIT Sensible Cities Lab and has done an awful lot of thinking on this subject. Professor Ratti, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Great pleasure to be back in Riyadh today. Can we see the slides? Yes. Yes. So I just wanted to share with you some of the research we're doing in this space, in cities at MIT. Starting with, what I was asked to talk about cities tomorrow, about how to look at the future of cities. And if you want to look at the future of Riyadh and cities today, it's good to look at how people looked at the future in the past. So here are some images of how a number of illustrators in France in 1899, 1910 looked at how life would be in the year 2000. And they got some things wrong, some things right. They saw mechanization in agriculture coming. They also saw Roomba, the little robot in our homes. That's how they imagined it, like 100 years ago. But also they saw a lot of things terribly wrong, especially in mobility. They thought I would come here using a whale bus today, or that drones, something like this would be how police would patrol our cities. The point I want to make today is actually that we cannot predict the future. That was beautifully said by Karl Popper. The future is not predetermined. It cannot be predicted except by accident. They got something right, but also many things wrong. And so Popper says the possibilities that lie in the future are infinite. So how to explore this? One important thing is then to use design to do exactly what we heard before, what we heard from John and from Fad, developing living labs, like sandboxes where we can test things. And if you want the most beautiful definition of design, for me, is this one by the great Herbert Simon. It's about the natural sciences are concerned with how the world is, but design is the space of possibilities, how the world ought to be. So through design, we can actually turn the city into a living lab. That's what we are passionate about, a Sensible City Lab at MIT, but also in different labs we got around the planet, because really of this idea of testing things in the city, turning the city into a living lab. Especially today that there's beautiful convergence of digital and physical, what you see here, and it's actually the beginning to describe the city with different types of twins, digital twins, and then to apply AI. Just, AI means many things, but one thing always is that there's no AI unless you got data to train it. And so today we can look at a city like this, like a living organism, something we couldn't just a few years ago. And that's through data, and that's the beginning of analytics. So just a few examples of how the city can become a beautiful living lab today. You could say that autonomous mobility is old news. We've been talking about this for a long time, but it's also very recent news, because now it's becoming a reality. And then we can ask ourselves many questions about our cities. What's going to be the impact on cities? Something we're doing in Singapore is to look at the impact on parking. If you look at this, the reason we got so much parking in our cities is that usually our cars are parked 95% of the time and use only 5% of the time. But if you got an autonomous system, that can change. And so what we've been doing in Singapore is looking at today's parking condition and how this could be reduced a lot once you got a system of cars that's used by different people in the course of the day. Some of the papers are here. If you're interested, they are all on our website. Or look at this. That's a well-known traffic light, and traffic lights appear on our roads when cars arrived on our roads a little over 100 years ago. But if you've got an intelligent system run by AI, you don't need to stop anymore at the traffic light. You can actually keep going, avoiding collisions. Don't try it yet. I showed this in Naples, and they told me, what is new here? I'm Italian, so I can do such politically incorrect jokes, but the former Italian minister said, in Milan, traffic lights are instructions. In Rome, there are suggestions. In Naples, there are Christmas decorations. Again, this is a beautiful mathematical question. You can solve it with AI. You can solve it with queuing theory. In this paper, we look at queuing theory, really thinking about how we negotiate access to intersection in cities in a different way, in a more effective way. This is something we've been doing with Google also, is looking at how the city itself can become like a robotic platform. In the morning, when you got a lot of traffic, it can be like this, but the same road, a few hours later, can be this, automatically transform into something else. Again, the city itself can respond dynamically as a living lab to new mobility conditions. And the final thing I want to share with you is actually a project we've been doing at MIT with the city of Amsterdam. The story here is actually that mobility solutions always need to be shaped by local conditions. So in the city of Amsterdam, Amsterdam is a beautiful city, as you might know, in the center, a lot of water, a lot of beautiful canals. In the past, the canals were actually the main roads for mobility. The mayor came to us a few years ago in order to explore what we could do with autonomy, with self-driving. And then we said, instead of doing self-driving cars, let's test self-driving boats. We call them robots. What you could do with a robot, you can use it to move things around, to move people around. You can use it to sense air quality, water quality, but also think about like a responsive architecture. You need to self-assemble a bridge, you can do it automatically, or a floating stage. So we started prototyping this at MIT, collaboration between computer science, artificial intelligence, and our lab. You see here the first small model, 1 to 4, different type of propulsion. You see them here. Today, the beautiful thing, when you want to turn the city into a living lab, is actually so easy to test and prototype things. Something like this would have taken you many weeks, a decade ago. But today you can do it in an afternoon just by 3D printing and fast prototyping in different ways. The first little model is in Amsterdam, 1 to 4, so quite small. We told the mayor, no worries, even if research fails, we'll open a toy company, because everybody has so much fun playing with this in the canals. But you can see then the other thing, the key thing of every form of mobility, as we heard before, is about data. That's real-time data from the city with all the boats tracked in real time in order to put new mobility in the context of what is already there. And then this is actually how any robot, a robot like a boat here, but any robot looks at the world outside, is equivalent to human eyes. Our brain beautifully makes a 3D model when we look at something. And this is actually a LiDAR, which is how most robotic systems look at the outside. Every second, you got 300,000 data points. And that's both the input to the robotic system, to AI, to drive it. But it's also a way to collect a lot of data about the city. And when you got all the data, then you teach it, you train it to teach it with AI of how, for instance, to avoid obstacle. So here you see a little model in the MIT swimming pool, and then avoiding different type of obstacle, like normal obstacle, or very complex ones. This is Wei. Wei was promoted professor after this successful experiment. And then, here is some of the mathematics if you're interested. But here, if you're in Amsterdam, you can see now the one-to-one models and also a startup that came out of this in order to prototype and build this for cities around the world.
Lucy is a robot, a fully autonomous, zero-emission boat that operates on urban waterways, which has changed the way cities work. As congestion and emissions continue to rise, while cities continue to grow, the existing infrastructure of many cities struggles to keep up. Robots offer a solution by moving road traffic to the water. By bringing passengers from A to B, or as an on-demand boat, taking you anywhere you want. And they can also help the city as a multi-purpose workboat. Take Crystal. She is equipped to bring up household waste to free the streets from heavy garbage trucks. Robots are fully autonomous, so they navigate without a skipper who can operate 24/7. In order to sail by themselves, rowboats need to perceive their environment and recognize objects such as bridge pillars, floating objects, and of course other vessels. The primary source of information comes from a LiDAR sensor, but robots are also equipped with cameras, GPS, and a digital compass. Robots onboard computer combines and processes all of the data and runs the robot software so it can successfully complete its mission plan. After 5 years of development, testing and experimentation, we have now successfully enabled autonomy on the full-scale prototypes. Rover is ready for the next step. Join us and let's unlock the potential of urban waterways together.
So just in a nutshell, there's a very exciting opportunity. It's about data, it's about AI, it's a consequence of data, and really to turn our cities, as we heard before, into living lab, into sandboxes for future mobility. Final thing, if you're in Amsterdam, send me an email and we'll go for a tour of the canals with a robot. Thank you.
Please take a seat there. If I may also call up our other panelist, Carlos Alvarado, former president of Costa Rica. Please join us on stage. Have him take the middle seat. While we wait for President Alvarado to join us, Carlo, I want to start with a question for you, which is you were recently the curator.
Yeah.
You were the curator of the most recently concluded Venice Architecture Biennale, which had as its theme intelligence, natural artificial collective, the largest biennale of its kind that hosted hundreds of conversations over the course of it. And you marshaled all of those resources for the singular question about decarbonizing and climate adaptation. And I'd like to ask, what did you learn from all of those conversations and the months of visitors in terms of applying these tools to these pressing challenges?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for asking, Greg. Yes, the Biennale just closed a couple of weeks ago. Was, as you mentioned, we had the largest attendance out of all the Biennales so far. And the theme exactly what you said, but the same idea we're discussing about how we can, in that case, use Venice, use the Biennale as a living lab. We invited many universities. We had universities from all over the world doing research at the Biennale itself. And, just a small comment about this. Many people are still, Biennale is the first Biennale ever was in Venice, over 130 years ago. And then now many cities around the world are having their own biennales. But I think the reason to have a biennale, so to have an exhibition, is not the same we had before. So it's less important to share the state of the art. State of the art you can find online, you can find it on Instagram faster than a building is built. You find it, posted. But I think it's important, again, to find places where we can work together and develop new knowledge. Not only share existing one, but develop new knowledge. And so that's what we try to do in Venice. But it's really exactly the same concept, as you rightly pointed out, of what we are discussing. Again, dealing with innovation through living labs, through experiments.
Thank you. Well, President Alvarado, thank you for joining us on here. Obviously, decarbonizing Costa Rica's transportation was a central aim of your administration, and also making Costa Rica the first net zero nation on the planet. With regards to AI and smart technology, how useful did you find those tools during your presidency as part of those aims, and what are you most hopeful about now? How can we marshal this form of technology to achieve the aims that you are aspiring to do?
Thank you, Greg, and congratulations, Professor, for such a compelling presentation. As we've seen from these and other examples, those tools can do great and marvelous things. But let me give you perhaps a short example to make a point. Before coming here, I was contacted by a Costa Rican entrepreneur working in Germany on a technology somewhere between helicopters and drones, air technology, autonomous. And he provided all this data of why it's safer, cheaper, better in many regards, and why we have to implement it back home. And he asked for my advice, and I said, well, now you need to talk to the people, because perhaps that's the main bottleneck into implementing. 3 points I'd like to make briefly. Intentionality. And that's human intentionality. From the presentations from John and His Excellencies, we've seen an agenda, things we want. Less pollution. We want safer transportation, quicker, better for people. So that's the intention, that's the aim. So these tools have to be put there. But my second point after intentionality has to be connected to education, and not even education of those tools, but education of us. We have lots of mayors here, and mayors, for example, have lots of solutions in their hands, but sometimes they need to be implemented by regulatory frameworks at the national level. And the national level is not connected to the local level, so they don't necessarily get what those have to be. So we need to educate a lot into these regards. I saw that in the case of Costa Rica. We sometimes focus a lot on the disruptiveness of technologies, and we don't work enough on the people, so we make a smooth implementation of what those possibilities are.
Well said, Carlos.
Maybe if I can add something to that. I think we were saying before, again, if you use the city as a lab, there's two things. One, of course, you can better develop technologies. Technologies in the city about mobility need to be developed, tested in the city, and then again you turn it into a lab. But the most important thing is what you're saying, is that by doing that, we can then let people respond. If it is tested in a way that is open for feedback, so people can give their feedback, I think that's really the way to engage people. Something where many experiments fail, urban experiments fail in the past century, is that architects, engineers, planners, they all thought they had the solution and just had to implement it. But they forgot the key ingredient, and that's people. And I think the city as a lab is a way to involve people in the decision-making.
Well, that raises a great question, Carlos. So how do we avoid making that mistake again with the new generation of technologies? It is fascinating to me that many of the things that we take for granted today are things that your lab prototyped 20 years ago. Real-time roam. What if we could use cell phone data to see how mobility moved through cities? Now we have Waze in our pockets. But I am curious your thoughts on where we go from here with agentic AI and other forms of new AI systems, because the smart city ran aground not only because of the governance problems that the president pointed out, but also because we could record data from cities, but we lack the means to act in it. And I am curious your thoughts, Carlo, about digital twins, about the ability to have agents inside of these twins, sensing real-time changes and directing information back. What excites you now about where we can take these technologies?
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for reminding me. Real-time roam was like 20 years ago, actually 2006, so 19 years ago. And at the time, nobody had done this kind of real-time data for the city, which now happens in our pocket whenever you open any app, Google or Waze, as you said. Now, going back to your point, I think the way I would see it is that digital twins simply mean that we got that data you were talking about, but so much more real-time data. And then, of course, people have been doing in planning, in transportation for a long time, using different type of agent-based modeling. And again, AI opens up a totally new way to do agent-based modeling with much better agents. It's like, the old agents were very, very simple, simplified. And now we know that through different types of AI, we can actually do something that really behaves much more like us. So that's a big change in modeling. The only thing I would say is, when you say AI today, everybody does a short circuit, and then first you think about LLMs or even just ChatGPT. Well, AI is much broader, and so we need to look at AI in a much broader sense. AI has been developed now for decades, and it can do so many different things. beyond what people today think just because of this short circuit back to ChatGPT.
Well, going back to this, I want to ask, President Alvarado, 15 years ago, for example, I was at the Expo in Shanghai in China and saw one of the pavilions, I won't say who, but it imagined a smart city where a heroic central planner controlled the entire city, orchestrated by a single person. And I'm curious because that always struck me as this idea of a heroic bureaucrat who would control the city, the opposite of really what democracy is. And I'm curious your thoughts on how we should be governing these technologies to get over the fears and also help with the education. Have you seen some examples from your own tenure as president there about how do we basically help people wake up to the possibilities and the challenges of technologies and the changes to address them?
Well, I think that's the central question in the moment we are. Also, let me provide an example from my experience. When we launched the decarbonization plan of Costa Rica, which was the first decarbonization plan after the Paris agreements, we were doing a lab, in a sense. We were experimenting on how to do it. Many things went in the right direction. We learned from many. One that went really well was that we started to make incentives for importation of electric vehicles. Costa Rica has a 99% clean and renewable electric matrix. So any electric vehicle is decarbonized by definition. And people at first are saying, no, that's just, it's something fashionable, it's something fancy, but it's not going to be practical. Nowadays, the country became the highest rate per capita of electric vehicles in the Americas. But why was it? Was it because of the decarbonization plan? Was it because the incentive made the vehicles cheaper, the electricity was cheaper than the oil in back home, and the cost of maintenance was lower. So that's how people adopted that technology, and that still keeps growing in that direction. Looking back, we put the emphasis, when we launched the decarbonization plan, we put the emphasis in the disruption. If you ask me now, what would I call it, a couple of years from the learnings from that lab, I will call it a plan to improve people's livelihoods. Because at the end of the day, that's what we are doing. Using that to your question, sometimes we're putting a lot of the focus on the AI component because it's the disruptive element. But I think then we have to look at vis-a-vis what's the positive impact, the intentionality for the human component. And there comes the governance. Because if you need a counterpart, a human counterpart, and in a broad, and that's the question, because it's a question of power. Who's making the calls? Who's making the shots of either the algorithm or the definitions or the intention? So you need a counterpart with agency to establish that dialogue into what is good. And to what is good, that question has many answers.
Yeah, always the problem with the smart city. How do we optimize the city, but optimize it for whom? These questions of democratic governance were always what tripped it up. It's so funny you mentioned, of course, the word agency, because it's such the word of the moment with regards to AI agents and who has power in this. Carla, I want to ask you about this in the sense of, how does this play out systematically in its scale? So we have many sessions over the course of the next 3 days that will touch upon autonomy. And you'll also hear, of course, about smart dissentient cities, cities that are able to think, or at least to act in that regard. But Carla, I think those panels will be hard-pressed to beat the cuteness of Rowboat. I think Lucy is an early front-runner there for the cutest one we've seen. But what does it mean to have a cities full of inanimate, moving, autonomous, sentient objects? No one has thought about a multimodal autonomous city at scale in which we're building landscapes for non-human intelligences. If you have a glimmer of what that might look like and how we think about that accountability question.
Yeah, let me just share one thought about it. The thing we don't need to do is try to think about that as something to optimize. First of all, because many of these systems are nonlinear systems, and so you cannot really predict how they will behave all together, so it's impossible to really have a very clear idea of how to model it and to predict it. But the most important thing is what we heard. I think, the key component there, it's okay. We have a broader ecosystem with, agentic, with autonomous system and so on. But people need to be the one to say what type of city they want to live in. That is going to change as well between, Riyadh and New York, different cities, different climates, different conditions. So to me, my answer to that would be really looking at that not as a top-down exercise. How do we optimize the city? But actually, again, is a place where people can try, can test, can fail. It is very similar. The closest thing we have in innovation is actually many innovation ecosystems like Silicon Valley. And then what we need to do in our cities is do something similar. You try, you see if it works or not, and if it works, then you, like in Silicon Valley, give it space, you fund it, you expand it, you scale it up, and then you keep on doing that with feedback from people. And by the way, this is nothing new. If you look at New York in the second half of the 20th century, there was this kind of big debate between Robert Moses and Jane Jacobs, and that was really about top-down or bottom-up. And top-down in city simply does not work.
And then there are, of course, the limits of bottom-up governance as well. This is a debate that goes back and forth forever. I do want to ask President Alvaro your thoughts on, how do we, in addition to the city as a living lab, as Carlo has articulated here, about creating them as test beds for this future, your thoughts on how do we build the governance networks going forward to not only handle the technology we have now, but to anticipate new technologies and fold them into our systems. There's a lot of talk that the world needs the equivalent of an international energy agency for AI, that it should be a level of nation-state governments. Others are questioning about whether it should be mayors or national level. Where do you think a lot of these challenges should be addressed?
Well, I'll borrow from the jargon we use also in the climate world, when it says all adaptation is local. So that's the first thing. I believe that locally we require the agency to make those definitions. When Professor Ratti was showing some of the images, I'm a big fan of sci-fi, of Isaac Asimov and all those visions of the future. Well, there are several visions of the future of AI already, major films or books. Let's go to the extreme. One extreme, it's Dune, the major movie. Well, in the book Dune, AI is forbidden, completely forbidden. And that's why it looks somehow like it looks. You don't see any robots or that kind of being in that, because they believe they make that choice of the world, not having that. You go to the other side of the spectrum, you can go to Ian Banks and the novels on the culture, where literally societies are run by AI, and humans are like exercise hobbies and have a good time, but they don't really have the control in that society. So those are like those visions of possible futures. But also, like in quantum mechanics, things need to collapse in reality. And that action of collapsing a reality is the exercise of trying and deciding collectively. And it's also a negotiation. In a negotiation of power, it's also sometimes a confrontation. As a society, currently, we are in the defining moments of that. But and I go back to my initial point, first is intention. What do you want to get out of it for the people? And second, education, because we are not in the same level. There are huge gaps between societies, cultures, education, income, into how incorporate this. So I emphasize that. And my last point will that, if I were to give those 3 points of intention, will be on intention, education, will be on balance. We need to find the right balance. And that's the local adaptation. Every society needs to find its balance of how to implement. Some will like the autonomous vehicles walking around, other people might not. It depends.
You may have answered.
Can I add something? Just a couple of quick things. The first one is what you're saying. Yes, education is vital to have an informed conversation about the technology in the city tomorrow. But again, if you turn the city into a living lab, people can experience firsthand. So it's easier, instead of having a theoretical idea about AI, about autonomous cars, but actually having them there, trying them, and so on. That's an easy way of experiential learning. So that's the first thing. The second thing, because you mentioned Asimov, there's something that bothers me, and maybe it could be a great challenge to discuss here, is that if you think about Asimov and 3 law of robotics, well, those are very difficult to implement with current AI. You cannot teach a current AI system the way they're programmed today. For instance, the very basic law of robotics, don't harm a human. So somehow, there, because you mentioned Asimov, there's also something interesting. How can we adapt some of the philosophical thinking, or, that also made its way into sci-fi, to the way we do AI today?
That is a great point at which to leave this, because I was thinking about this as the last question I was going to ask which is how do we define good in an age of AI? And these questions about, Asimov is asking this, and Anthropic, the makers of Claude AI, is recently injected into its training what they internally refer to as the soul document. They are trying to give it those forms of thinking about what is good and what worlds we want. So I want to thank these two gentlemen for helping us frame some of the questions we're going to cover over the next 3 days. Thank you, President Alvarado. Thank you, Carlo. Gentlemen, please. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. With that, it's my pleasure here. You're going to hear over the next 3 days from many mayors, many mayors, as John mentioned, over 100 from around the world here. And to get things started, it's my pleasure to introduce Mayor Yvonne Aki-Sawyer, who is, of course, Mayor of Freetown, Sierra Leone, also co-chair of C40s, the Global Alliance of Mayors for Decarbonization. And she's going to join us for an opening keynote here to tell the story of Freetown, the story of a city that really embraced audacious goals to use incredible data governance tools at its disposal in advance of decarbonization and resilience, and engaging the community in all the ways that we just talked about in this panel. So with that, it's my pleasure. Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleague mayors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here and to have this opportunity to speak to something which concerns us all, reimagining urban futures. So the United Nations World Urbanization Prospects report shows that the percentage of people living in urban areas has grown from 34% in 1960 to about 58% last year, 2024, with an anticipated 68 to 70% by 2050. So it really goes without saying that this is where the future is. I'd like to quote His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's on record in speaking about the Vision 2030 to say, "We cannot ignore the livability and environmental crisis facing our world cities." And he couldn't be more correct. That couldn't be more true. It's estimated that 1.1 billion people, that is about 24 to 25% of those living in urban spaces, actually live in informal settlements, described in some literature as slum communities. And that means that they face an increased risk of poverty, urban poverty. So when we talk about reimagining urban futures, it's important that we realize that there's 25% of people living in urban spaces whose experience is different to perhaps some of the conversations we've had in the earlier part of this program. And Freetown sits in that space, a city of 1.5 million people on 82 square kilometers, nestled between the Atlantic Ocean and a mountain range, and with a population which started at 1 million in 2015 and is expected to be 2 million in 2028. That is a massive growth, almost a doubling in less than 13 years. With that pressure of growth, and in the absence of land use planning and building permits being city functions, we have seen that same trajectory where the benefits of urbanization could be lost. To reimagine an urban future needs bold decisions, needs ambition, and needs finance. In doing this reimagining, we have set out in Freetown, under my leadership, with Transform Freetown, Transforming Lives, to do just that. So from planting 1.2 million trees under Freetown, the Tree Town, to waste management interventions, to interventions in education and health, we have been bold and we have been ambitious. But a real transformation can only really happen when you can also do with two major ingredients. The first is land use planning and building permits. You need to be able to control your built environment. These functions currently sit with the central government, but after years of advocacy, we're now in the process of having them evolved to the city. But the second is why we are all here, mobility, moving around. How does your city move? It's people, it's goods, it's services. And for that, Freetown has been inspired by the city of Medellin, and we have gone down the road of looking at a cable car system. We have actually conducted a full feasibility study. Now, it was a 2-year process, involved traveling to Medellin, which was not such a bad thing. I didn't get to go, but my team did, and they really enjoyed it. But what we have now is a mass public transit system for the first time ever as a viable alternative to our current informal public systems. Last night, I had the privilege and the pleasure of joining His Excellency Fahad Al-Rashid on a trip along the metro. And that was excellent, but not every city will be able to go underground. For some of us with the constraints of space as we have, going up is the better alternative. And so what does up look like? For us, it means transformation. Currently, 80% of our commuters use informal public transport. For my colleagues from Asia and Africa, they'll probably be able to identify with the three-wheelers and the two-wheelers, the dreaded kekes and okadas, as they're called in our city. But there's also, beyond the inefficiencies of those transport modes, there's also the carbon emissions. 33% of Freetown's carbon emissions come from our transport. And in addition to that, our traffic moves at peak hours at a mere 16 kilometers per hour. Introducing the cable car with 3 lines to begin with is a game changer. We'll have as a first pilot line a line from the east of a distance of 3.6 kilometers, 5 stations, 24 towers, which also come with land use value capture, an opportunity to actually improve property rates around that area. But significantly, a capacity to move 3,000 people per hour. Our ridership is expected in 2028 to start at 33,000 people per day, moving up to 73,000 in the coming years. And significantly, the fare structure is as attractive, if not more so, than what is being paid today. So the benefits are clear. From reducing emissions, which also have health benefits, to ensuring that we are going green as it's powered by solar energy, to having a more friendly and safer space for women and persons with disability. Having the cable car system will also reduce travel time by 50% in the line that we start with. But perhaps most exciting, perhaps most important, will be the paradigm shift. As we traveled yesterday on the Riyadh Metro, something that wasn't anticipated, but which has become a real reality, has been the social impact, the way it has allowed women and young people to travel at night. And for us in Freetown, I think the notion of being able to travel in the air is something that even my grandmother is excited about. Around the world, there are currently 18 cities that are using cable cars as mass transit systems, many of them, or major ones, in Latin America. But as I said in the beginning, every city is different, and every city needs to make choices when it comes to mobility that are suited to it. But when it comes to transformation, when it comes to reimagining futures, urban futures, it is ambition, it is action, but it is finance. Riyadh doesn't have the same finance constraints that many of us in the room have, but they have an ambition to be part of the global solution for mobility around the world. Freetown's completed cable car system project provides an opportunity for Riyadh, the private sector, and other players interested in investing in a reimagined urban future to be involved, to treat it, as we heard in the session just now, as a lab opportunity, a testing ground, because it can be a catalyst for an investment in a mode of transportation, in a mode of mobility that can make a transformative difference, not only for our city, but for cities on the continent. In the previous session, President Carlos mentioned the fact that as you move forward with innovation, very often at the city level, the challenges are around national regulations, around national policies. And the same is true when it comes to interventions such as these. But it is with boldness and it is with commitment that these innovations can become a reality. So I'm very excited to present here this model of what Freetown has sought to do, how we have sought to reimagine our future. And I look forward to conversations and partnerships over the course of the coming days to turn that future into reality. Thank you.
What an inspirational address, Mayor Yvonne. I will never forget the imaginary image in my mind of the cable cars crisscrossing over Freetown. That, of course, and the rowboat Lucy plying the waterways of Amsterdam. We have to capture the imagination of the citizens of the cities of the world to make all this a reality. We're now going to move on to another big paradigm shift. We were hearing about the need for paradigm shifts, weren't we, from Mayor Yvonne? Well, the multimodal future, building seamless and connected cities, well, that's the biggest paradigm shift of all, isn't it? It's the holy grail. It's the great dream before us. How can we make our journeys so speedy, so safe, and so ecologically friendly, right from the moment we step out of our front doors to getting to our destination, regardless of the heat outside? It can get very hot here in Riyadh, believe me. Or regardless of how wet and windy it might be. Dear friends, I live in London. Believe me, it can get very wet and windy. I'd like you to now put your hands together to welcome the moderator of our next session and his distinguished guest, Sylvain Aon from UITP.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to this panel discussion on the multimodal future, building seamless and connected cities. My name is Sylvain Aon. I am the Senior Director for Strategy and Transformation at UITP, the Global Public Transport Association. As cities evolve and urban populations grow, the demand for connected, efficient, and sustainable mobility networks continue to intensify. Urban centers are responding to new challenges by building integrated multimodal transport systems that link public transit, shared mobility, and active transport, walking and cycling. The challenge of building a multimodal future is the challenge of a sustainable future. And this is what we will address in this session with a diversity of panelists from various backgrounds and industries. Together with us, we have Carlos Hacha. Carlos is Director of Technology and Innovation at EMT Madrid, the Madrid Public Transport Operators, which he joined in 2023. Before that, he had been, among other things, for over 20 years at Alsa Public Transport Company, driving growth and international expansion. We also have with us Franz Itzma, Senior Director, Regional General Manager at Uber for the Middle East and North Africa. And prior to this, you were General Manager at Uber for Sub-Saharan Africa, among other things. We welcome Felipe Ramirez, who's Director for Urban Mobility at the World Resource Institute. Before, Felipe was Secretary of Mobility in Bogota, and for 2 years, he has led as CEO the world-famous Transmilenio bus rapid transit system. And I'm also delighted to have with us Sisi Zhang, who's Chief Growth Officer at Nandosoft Intelligent Transportation Technology. Nandosoft offers a full stack of end-to-end intelligent transportation services in more than 100 cities across China, and is also active in the UK, where I believe you are based. I would like to start by asking Carlos, what are the main barriers citizens encounter to experience a seamless multimodal journey? While we will focus on this session, we'll try to focus as much as possible on the customers, on the travelers. It's not about the planners' dreams, it's not about the politicians' dreams, it's about the experience of the travelers through its multimodal journey. So Carlos, what are the main barriers we have today?
Thank you, Sylvain, and thank you to CoMotion for inviting me to be here on behalf of EMT Madrid. As you said, everything is evolving very fast, and passengers can see what's happening, and digitalization and the intensive use of data is changing everything. One of the main challenges is all the companies and all the operators is to make public transport the preferred choice, not in a forced way. That means that offering that seamless experience is critical, and that means go far beyond of a simple APP or a simple way to offer your services. We have to enable easy access, integrating payment systems and dynamic pricing. We have to offer simplicity, predictability, reliability, and why not a proper commercial speed. This is what we have to do, and obviously we have a lot of barriers on this. First of all, it's very common, and I'm afraid that all of us, we will be in the same place. It's a coordination, a lack of coordination between different providers, authorities, public transport operators, and so on. Standards. Data standards still are not created, and we are evolving rapidly, and technology is allowing us to jump over this problem, but standards is still a problem. Different interests of different actors is not the same a public company or a private one. It's not the same a big company or a startup, and all the actors are playing in the same game. Cultural aspects, model shift is not easy at all, and we have still cultural aspects not easy to solve, and probably we can have access to more data information about customers, about what they want. They are offering us information with data that we are collecting. And the last point could be the old mistakes that all of us commit, bringing not mature technology. Now, probably the solutions will be in an agile governance model and a mature technology. Probably are the solutions now.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We'll come back to some of those points during the discussion, the coordination, the challenge of creating a governance framework, which brings together several types of interest. And it's very interesting, you sort of point at the gap between the promises of technology and what is delivered on the maturity at some point. All journeys are actually potentially multimodal. They all start by working from home, which means the physical infrastructures plays an important role in enabling multimodal journey and encouraging citizens to walk, cycle, take public transport, or shared mobility. Felipe, what can be done to ensure the urban infrastructure, not only the transport infrastructure, enable multimodal integration and support seamless journeys?
Thank you, Sylvian. Can you hear me? Yes. So the first thing to mention there, it's probably the most important statement, and it's how we perceive people on the streets, on the public space, and it's as equals. Everyone has to be and have the same right on the streets, regardless of their condition, their status, or what they are living in their life, either they are children or another person, and everyone in between. We should design cities for everyone, and that means that all of our streets need to be multimodal and need to have all the possibilities to commute, no matter how you want to do it. And of course, regarding the fact that we live in a world with very different climate situations and weather, well, we need to design our cities in that sense. For that, and to understand how people commute in our cities, we need to understand also where people is living and how we are designing this. So the first thing to start is actually land use. And there is where this infrastructure, it's goes way beyond than transport. Land use and where people live matters, and that it's something that cities need to address, so we connect services in between where people live and what they need to do in their daily lives. Well, hearing the former mayor of Freetown, I can see with you how amazing the cable cars are, and you make me remind, when we were launching the cable car in Bogota, the first thing that someone told me was, look, this is the closest I've been to fly. And it was an amazing thing to hear, while also remembering that we were reducing almost by half time the time this person was having, but also connecting her to other services that were needed in that moment. And I finish with this. John, in his opening speech, mentioned the need of reduction of energy. We live in a world that in the next years will have 2.5 billion more people in cities. And 3/4 of infrastructure is yet to be built. If we want to make sure that we have the right infrastructure to move people, to be able to fulfill their needs, we need to understand how to also reduce the consumption. And that can only be made if we live in places that connect better people, that people can walk, bike, use the public transport systems, and that way we are able to not only decarbonize, because decarbonization cannot decrease energy by itself, but also if we are able to connect and provide more accessibility, then we will be able to have better cities. So that's the way we connect infrastructure at different levels in our cities.
Thank you, Felipe, and thank you for putting at the center the core challenge, which is providing accessibility for those people to the jobs, the services, to the schools, through different type of transport modes which are integrated at a lower energy consumption level possible. Cici, what does Nandosoft do to create a more integrated network, such as the one Felipe is hinting to, for better multimodal journey, considering those challenges?
So in our practice in China, we realize there are four basic layers of the technology. So the two fundamental ones are the hardware layers and the software layers. So the hardware layers provide the continuously of the sensed and measurable asset. And it could also be the data governance support on all the following procedures. And the software side is more about unifying the ticket systems and the one single entry point for the citizens. And they don't have to struggling with switching the applications or buying the ticket several times during that journey. It's kind of like we provide no interruption and no surprise to our customers. And also it kind of like we give them the real-time adjustment and also the predictable arrival time for the customers. So they don't have to struggle before or stress before the journey started. And the third one is what Nandosoft is doing right now is to provide an urban mobility brain for the city-wise. So in China, we provide the service to 100 cities for the city-wise mobility operating systems. Under that systems is the unification of public transportations, including metro, buses, and the BRT system, etc. And we integrated with multi-modalities to figure the last mile plan in China. So like, for example, if you have an image of a skeleton of a city, and the BRT, the public transportations, is the skeleton, and we are the vessels to interconnect and operating with our partners with different multi-modalities. And the fourth layers is recently we collaborated with our UK partners and supported by the Cambridge Test Park. We're using AI to create a digital twin for the physical traffic scenario. So the AI algorithm automatically self-learning by the domain knowledge that we provided. And we got very good and positive results in several cities in UK. And for example, in UK, we have lots of football matches. For that predictable event, we reduce up to 68% of the delay. And it's very successful in those cities for the big concerts or big matches. And it's also very efficient for the rapid emergency cases, like occasional cases like the road closure, brake closure. And we reduce over like 1 hour delayed to only 10 minutes, within 10 minutes. So we trust the user simply travels, but the system does its work. And we reduce the complexities in between as to support the loyalty of our customers to rely on the city-wide operating systems.
Thank you, thank you. And this is an old dream we have, to have technology helping us to break the silos and the barriers between the modes, to bring them together. It's great to have experience from various regions of the world, Felipe in Latin America, Cici, China. France, you've been here, you have extensive experience in the MENA region, where cities and transport networks are expanding very quickly, starting, of course, with the amazing developments here in Riyadh. How is Uber supporting and enabling multimodal journeys in this environment where more public transport projects and services are entering into service?
So, as Uber, one of our philosophies these days has become we want to see the future of mobility as shared, as multimodal, and autonomous. And I suppose I can speak to this practically through a customer's lens. So I heard earlier there's some people that traveled from, let's say, the UK. So if you picture your journey from your house in Manchester, where you need to get to the train station, you request an Uber share, where our algorithm will match you with somebody else going towards the train station. You will share the trip with somebody. We drop you off at the train station. That train ticket has also been booked through the Uber app. So that's the first connection. That's the first connection into public transport. You take your long train down to London, get to Heathrow. You fly over to Riyadh. When you land here, you also need a seamless transition from the airplane through the airport into your Uber on the curbside, and that's a specific experience that we need to design with the airports to make that experience seamless. And you take your Uber to your hotel, and then, for example, this morning when you came to CAFT, you know that the parking is terrible, it's full, it's traffic around here. So you take an Uber to the Riyadh Metro. We have a partnership with the Riyadh Metro and RCRC, where they actually have subsidized rides for the first and last mile to the metro, which is a beautiful way to fill up the metro and take cars off the road, but at the same time do that in a seamless, integrated way through the app. So I suppose that's one customer journey, and then there's quite a different one that I would love to point to is in South Africa. We've actually recently made some very interesting developments there. The public transport there is a formalized, informal minibus transport system where there's 25 odd million people that use it every day. And the issue that we have identified is what we call transport poverty, which is at the last mile from the taxi rank to your house, majority of people walk. And there's no way for them to do that, and it's keeping people out of the ecosystem, or it's just wasting a lot of people's time. So we recently introduced a new product, Uber Moto, which is two-wheelers, where you can, and we did this in partnership with the minibus taxi industry, where they have invested in motorbikes. They've actually invested in electric motorbikes. And what they do is through the Uber platform, we are now facilitating that last mile connection to people's houses. So it's really exciting to be able to find new ways to plug into this whole journey and just using technology as the golden thread to tie them all together.
Thank you very much for this. Very interesting. Very interesting, also very different cases. Very interesting to hear that here, with the opening of the metro, you had a partnership in place already. So really a step forward towards integration beyond what is done in many places. From one reality to another, if we go back to Madrid, the last mile integration with public transport, what are your initiatives or what are the main challenges you have?
Yes, in our case, we understand that multimodality is not just about having the different networks in the different transport modes, but we have to make them work together as a coordinated system. And this includes not only traditional operators, bus, metro, but also ride-sharing, car-sharing, micro-mobility. In EMT, we are operating, apart from the 2,100 buses, we are operating the e-bike system with 7,000 bicycles. and 600 stations across the city. And additionally, for multimodality, we are moving traditional parkings into mobility hubs, where all these actions can be done in the city center. We are transforming 8 of our 30 parkings into mobility hubs. Electric charging, battery swap, bike parking, and even urban freight distribution can be done there. Additionally, we have our Mobility as a Service app, where all these things can be managed digitally, and including the third-party operators too. But this is bi-directional. We are giving that information, open information for other applications too. Is the way to have a full integration. Now, with digitalization, we have the path is clear. The electric fleet, the new infrastructure associated both in depots and in the city too, with PRT systems. We are seeing we have a convergence between IT, OT, and ITS. And this will bring us a new level of interoperability between different operators. And finally, we will reach the goal of having a truly connected mobility, and this will enable autonomous mobility and a new evolution of the mobility as a service solution, probably.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a perfect transition to my next question. First of all, from another perspective, you're very much expressing also this convergence, which is what Nandosoft seems to be working on. You just mentioned autonomy. Friends mentioned it before, we heard it before. When it comes to future or current technologies even, how do we ensure that those technologies, and especially autonomy, will change the landscape for the better and still allow for multimodal journeys? Franz?
Look, I think it's critical for governments, critical for cities to start adopting autonomous technology. It's going to bring costs down eventually. It's going to create a safer way to get around. So for me, as long as you have a willing government, for example, like what we've seen in Saudi. Dr. Rameh, I'm sure, spoke about it earlier today. It's been so enlightening working with regulators that are forward-thinking and are encouraging to bring the technology. So for me, I think it's important to have a regulatory framework that is well-defined, that gives transparency to all the players in the ecosystem. So whether it's the tech provider, the autonomous technology provider, whether it's demand channel, whether it's the fleet operating it, I think the regulatory framework needs to be very clear and transparent so that we can work in that environment. So I think that is an enabler for autonomous technology. Frankly, it's been very exciting. We've got a partnership here through the TGA with WeRide, our tech partner, where you can actually take autonomous rides in the kingdom. I think we've seen similar trends in the rest of the Gulf, in the UAE. We've actually got fully autonomous vehicles in Abu Dhabi. And I think it's been encouraging to see this enabling environment, provided that governments are actively working with the players in the industry to I suppose, demystify some of the regulations around it.
Thank you. Sisi, how do you see the deployment of autonomous vehicles on the roads in China? How does that fit into the development of the urban brain you were mentioning before that Nandosoft is working on?
Yeah, we actually work with some of in China we have some designable autonomous districts, like financial districts, and we're working with them to have a city-wide mobility operating systems, so that support the data governance of all the public transportation autonomous mobilities. So we're supporting as the background for them. So and then we assess with all the multi-mobility platforms and different mobility as a service platforms. So that went very successful in China, and we kind of like find the blind spot of the public transportations, and we plug in with the multimodals like the small short distance buses with the autonomous technology behind. So that's successful. We have several districts in China we've been working on with. It's very successful recently.
Thank you very much. So you don't only represent very different realities. You come from different industries, from public authorities, public transport operators, private industry, private transport operators, and most of you have hinted at the importance of the cooperation between the different type of actors. I don't think any of you has mentioned one solution which was not involving other actors, saying we partners with the metro, Madrid, we need to partner with the providers. So I will go to you, Felipe, on your experience with the projects of the WRI, but also you're the one here who has been in charge in the city of transport. What are the key success factors for a good public-private cooperation? This is not a trivial question. This is where, more than often, the main challenge is. It's not technology, it's not always money, it's a lot about how can we bring people to work together from different backgrounds. What do you think should be done to improve this?
The key word there is confidence. It's a very simple one, but it's quite difficult, because when you are in governments, and of course you have public money, it is difficult sometimes to understand how to interact with the private sector in terms of how that money should flow and how it should be used. So I think the most important there is confidence. 60% of the money of the money going to investment, especially on the green sector, comes from the private sector. And that means that actually we want to enhance and to be able to make sure that we transition in the right direction. We need to find a way to make those connections stronger. And let me go back a little bit to the discussion that was happening before, and I think the most important word in that sense is reliability. We need to be able to build transport systems that are reliable for people, that people can trust and know what to expect from those, and are predictable in the sense you as a city know how to move faster than the system and how the city is moving. And the only way to do that is actually in that association with the private sector. Normally, the private sector brings that efficiency while the public sector brings that idea of equity into the society. The combination of these two things should bring the exact point in between that efficiency and that equity for people. So in that sense, when you are able to combine these two worlds, you get that political will that you need, the champions that you need to execute, but on the other hand, you need efficiency so you are able to produce and to build infrastructure needed and to have these reliable operations that the transport system should bring to people.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wants to jump on this one? Sisi?
Yeah, we have a kind of a general formation about that. It's city in charge of the public transportation, and the platform or the multi-modality in charge of the experiences to the customers. And what we are doing is to build up the interconnection and interoperability with different sectors. So that could be a very successful mode and the ecosystems for each cities.
Thank you. Carlos?
I'm totally agree with Felipe, but maybe the only point I would like to add is that fortunately our sector has the ability to bring investment, public and private one. It's a great opportunity to continue improving and to be able to cook a bigger public transportation pie.
Thank you. Thank you. So, trust and reliability resulting from the equation efficiency plus equity. That's a nice way, I think, to wrap up the session. I'd like to thank all the panelists, thank CoMotion for inviting us, and I wish you to continue this amazing event with the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear panelists. I was very struck by what one of you, Felipe, just said about how we get private sector players motivated by making a financial return and public sector bodies, which manage the mass transit systems in most of our cities. How do we get them together on the same page to develop projects that deliver for all the citizens of a city, even the poorest? It's not very easy to find that common spot. And then when you bring financiers into the equation, and they definitely want a return, will they still be interested? Well, that's what our next panel is about. Financing today's mobility innovations. How do we get them off the ground? And I'm delighted to welcome you now to our moderator from Trucks Venture Capital, Riley Brennan, and his distinguished guests. Riley.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in Riyadh. I want to start off by saying thank you to my friend John Rossant and to His Excellencies for being here and for hosting us. I think for a few of us, it's our first trip to Riyadh, and I'm only 12 hours in, but I would say thumbs up, so I'm having a great time. Just a brief introduction on the panelists before we get going. I'm Riley Brennan. I'm the co-founder of Trucks Venture Capital. We're a very early stage investor in transportation across many different sectors, and I've been fortunate enough to back a lot of great founders, and I think one of the interesting parts about this particular segment is you automatically have to get to know the full capital stack if you're going to raise something in transportation. Usually the capital needs are significant, and so you're fortunate that we have the full capital stack here with us today, and we'll go down the line. I want to do just a brief intro and then maybe the most recent investment you've made. So we'll start with Sid from Temasek. You could give us a brief intro yourself in Temasek and a recent investment.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here today, attending CoMotion in Riyadh. Introduction about myself, I'm Sid. I am with Temasek, which is a global investment organization. We manage about 300 billion plus, and we invest across various sectors and various regions as well. I currently lead our mobility and logistics team. And we have a global mandate to invest across the entire mobility and logistics value chain. We are typically focused on slightly larger investments, but I'll speak about some of the recent investments we have made. And the two thematics around which we are very focused are one, the electrification of transportation, and second is digitization, which really is autonomy and the entire value chain around it. And one of the interesting things I think in this space is that unlike some other areas where the technology doesn't exist, in electrification it does. And especially in road transportation, we have seen significant uptake of electric vehicles around the world. So I'll talk about a recent investment we made about a year and a half, 2 years back, in a company called Mahindra Electric in India. And this was a very clear bet on, I would say, three things. One, a direction of travel, which is electrification in the Indian market. Clearly very, very early and much behind, let's say, China, which is now 50% plus in terms of EV penetration. But we really felt that this was an interesting segment, which is very early in its growth stage. The second thing which we really liked was the team, and this is something I want to emphasize. As we look across all these solutions which have some link to sustainability or clean solutions, it is very important to have a compelling product which customers really like, and there's a sense of affordability about it. So Mahindra has a long history in the automotive sector, and they had specialized in the SUV segment even when they were producing ICE vehicles. So we saw real commitment from the team. They created this separate entity to focus specifically on electric vehicle SUV models. And the progress has been amazing. We have had very successful launches of 2 products last year. A new variant just came out last week. And I think from a partnership perspective, this is the kind of thing we are really trying to enable across the EV or AV value chain. Work with companies who have clear business plans and really looking to make an impact in terms of what they're doing. So yeah, Riley, that was a very interesting one for us recently.
Thank you. Joseph?
Thank you. Name is Joseph Kirikian. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Tesaro Mobility Investments, which is an entity established by PIF about 3 years ago. We're fully owned by PIF, fully funded by PIF, and our mission and our scope is to develop the full automotive ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. And this includes everything from localizing the tier 1 manufacturers behind Seer, Lucid, and Hyundai, all the way to autonomous solutions, logistic solutions, and so on. We've invested since we kicked off 3 years ago in 7 transactions, a couple of autonomous solutions. I'll get into them later. The last investment that we made was in a logistics joint venture. It was a 3-way joint venture with Bahrain Mosolf to basically provide a last mile solution for the automotive industry, and that was a JV here in Saudi. The other deal that we're very proud of that we announced also recently was an investment in Blacklane at the Topco level, where we helped this company expand its operations into Saudi Arabia, and I'll delve into that later on how we structure these transactions to meet both commercial but yet also strategic needs of the country.
Thanks, Joseph. Ajit.
Thanks, Riley. Majid Mufti. I lead the NEOM Investment Fund, which is essentially the investment arm of the NEOM project. And I think most people know the NEOM project, which is a 2-hour flight northwest of here, building a sustainable urban development of the future. Comes with that is a whole host of mobility solutions that are required to be electrified, to be available and connected into one platform. And so our investment thesis has been investing into everything from Boom, which was the supersonic aircraft, all the way to micro-mobility. I think our last one was with Pony, that's probably worth highlighting, which got listed on the NASDAQ exchange. It also had a dual listing just recently, some weeks ago, or maybe last month on the Hong Kong exchange, and that's autonomous vehicles as well.
Thanks, Majid.
Thanks, Riley.
Chris
I'm Chris Thomas. I'm a co-founder and partner of Assembly Ventures. We're the first transatlantic mobility fund in the world. Our interests and teams sits across Detroit, Berlin, Silicon Valley, and Dubai. And we invest uniquely in Series C to B in holistic mobility, which we define as the physical and digital movement of people, goods, data, and energy, and across air, land, sea, and space. So our investors include companies and families like Stellantis, Mann & Hummel, Vontier, the Ford family, the Van Hagen family, and we look across the Western world as to the ways in which the world's going to move. We've about 16 companies that are public today, again, across all those schemes. And one recent one I'll speak to is a company called Eptronic, focused on humanoid robotics. This is one that we invested in only last year at around a $250 million valuation. We have some upcoming announcements with their most recent round, but prior to this, at a $1.4 billion valuation, our friends at Google DeepMind, with their Gemini Robotics AI platform, came into the business. Just tremendous momentum within that one individual space. And it's really exciting to be here.
Thanks, Chris. Joseph, I'd like to go back to you. I'd love to hear kind of the unique challenges of this region that you see as opportunities. I think, we were talking about the types of things you invest in to support the companies that are already here. It's a fascinating way to think about helping to build the supplier ecosystem. So I'd love if you could talk about the challenges, particularly of this region, and what you're trying to do to address that.
Definitely. So the biggest challenge for us, I would say, is structuring these transactions because, like I said, we have a dual mandate, and to make sure that every investment that we make has the commercial returns, but yet at the same time it meets the country's needs. That's a bit of a challenge, and it's very unique the way we structure these opportunities, because most of the time we're investing with global leaders to help their operations expand into the region. So for example, the 2 ways we invest is one is a joint venture, where the joint venture has to be based in Saudi. It has to be a cash for cash transaction. And it has to be addressing the local market mainly. The second way we invest is investing at the Topco level. So for example, with Blacklane, we led a round that invested in Germany at the Topco. This was purely growth capital. It was primary, but the growth capital is used to expand the country's operations in Saudi. Now, if we think about all these prerequisites that we have in our investment criteria, obviously you will not have that many opportunities if you're this strict. However, in the last 3 years, we delivered 7 transactions, which is a pretty sizable delivery.
Absolutely. I wonder, sorry, do you have more to add to that, Joseph? No. Majid, I wonder if you could give us your insight too, in terms of the unique challenges of this region and opportunities you see as great investments now and in the next few years.
As a region, I think it's unique in some ways, but not overly unique in others, in the sense that when you think of cities, Chris, it's your first time to Riyadh, you'll probably experience the traffic. And the traffic is problematic globally, whether it's Taipei or Shanghai or Beijing, all the way across to Los Angeles, where Joseph's from. We see an incredible amount of sticky problems, which is population continues to grow, right? EVs are becoming cheaper to buy. The middle class continues to grow to be able to be affordable to buy these vehicles. And so the influx of people coming into cities is only talking about one real problem, which is the congestion problem. Now, governments will continue to invest into public transportation, and we've done that here as well. We now have electrified buses that are now running. We've got the metro finally running, but you'll still have that problem with that last mile delivery, or last mile for people to get to their final destinations. And whether it's a cold climate globally or a very hot climate within Saudi for people to continue that final journey, that public transportation can only go as far in terms of solving that problem. And so I think when we take a look at what's happening globally on the front of autonomous vehicles, the advent of what new technologies have coming in to be able to connect and digitize a lot of that, electric batteries, all of that is starting to come in together, I think, to be able to solve a public transportation problem that we still have as a gap. So to your point, the gap that is existing globally continues to also exist here. Metro is also only in Riyadh, it's not in Jeddah yet, or in Dhahran, or in the East Coast. So I think we need to really think of what are the elements that are starting to come together to be able to solve that problem. And when I take a look at and hear from Joseph what they're doing at Tasara, what we've got with Lucid, what we've got with Sear, what we've got with IVIC, which is now the PIF company that's helping on promoting EV charging with a large network, we're seeing the underpinnings of what could be the enablers of using autonomous vehicles in the future as an Uber, rather than people owning their vehicles. I mean, one thing that your car today, as they say, 95% of the time is just sitting idle. It's not incurring any economic value to the owner. And so if you want to actually think about it in a different way, you've got Lucid, which is the premium cars, you've got Sear, which is the mid-tier cars, you've got Uber technologies, you've got a system. Why can't we start working towards using vehicles that takes you all the way to your final destination as your mode of public transportation of sorts?
And I think this is one of the fascinating moments from an investor perspective, just kind of thinking about the AV world. I've been investing in automated vehicles for about 10 years, and it always felt like it was 10 years away when we were making that. And then something happened in the last 24 months where it was like all of a sudden it's here. And so all of us on this panel have made an investment in some sort in AVs. And I think it's a really interesting moment because it kind of does speak to the fact that with the way that we've seen growth in the Middle East, it feels like VTOLs and AVs are going to be able to be written into the fabric of our life in a much different way than we see in other cities. So I'm really excited about that. Would love for you, Sid, to talk a little bit about Waymo and your views on AVs. Waymo is, by some measure, in the private markets, maybe worth as much as a handful of car companies out there, and clearly will be a dominant player. My question for you is Waymo a global business, or will there be a handful of regional winners in AV?
Yeah, no, thank you, Riley. Great question. And we have been investors in Waymo for about 5 years now. If I think back about robotaxis and autonomy, there was this wave of I think, enthusiasm and a lot of excitement about 7, 8, 10 years back. And if you remember, it kind of died down for a bit. And then electric vehicles were very strong when Tesla's breakout year happened in 2020. And we have always taken the view that one of the most important things in the robotaxi space, and one of the reasons we backed Waymo, was not just technology leadership. There's an aspect of having the capital and the patience to build a business. And what is tied to that is the aspect of having safety first. I think it's very critical because if you're running a robotaxi operation, where even after so many years of trialing and operations, Waymo is still dealing with edge cases which it has to find solutions for, right? So having a safety first mindset, I think, has served the company extremely well. I'll address your question about whether it's a global business or not. What we see is there is clearly an ecosystem of AV companies in China, which are very strong, which are expanding outside. And then you have a Waymo, a Tesla in the US. Obviously, there's Mobileye in Israel and some other companies as well. But there are sort of 2, 3 ecosystems. And the way we perceive it is Waymo will have a strong position in the US context, but they will want to go outside, that's for sure, because there's no reason why this technology does not translate beyond your initial country of operation, in this case, the US for Waymo. There's an aspect of regulations here, which is quite important to keep in mind, given the regulatory dynamic can be quite different in each market. I'm based in Singapore, and we have taken a very, very cautious approach to this thing. Singapore is usually quite technology forward-leaning, but in terms of robotaxis, we are still not anywhere close to deployment, right? So I think over time, Riley, to your question, Waymo will become a global business, but there will be a lot of competition as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this shapes out.
Chris, you and I have invested in a handful of AV companies together, notably Nutonomy, which became Motional, and Gatic. There might even be a few others that I've forgotten, but I would love to hear from your perspective, what is the American investor point of view on AVs at the moment? And specifically, if a new startup came to you today and said, we're going to take down Waymo, we're starting from whole cloth, we're a brand new startup, we're going to begin on January 1, 2026, do you think that we're at the end of the first cycle of AV, or would you be crazy enough to fund a new AV company in America?
I think we're at the end of the beginning, but I think we're very, very early. We were talking earlier, and I think we talked in terms of mobility holistically, the train hasn't even left the station. There's so much that we are still about to develop and about to deploy. So the answer to your question is, if that pitch comes in, and that pitch actually does come in, I take every one of those meetings. Now, we haven't invested in a company on a standalone basis. It didn't have that special potpourri of the founder, the technology, the TAM, the approach. But there's going to be billion-dollar businesses that are not created yet who are going to be incredibly important in the mobility ecosystem. So I think from a US perspective, we are looking very deeply at those types of approaches. We're also seeing kind of the re-entrenchment at global North American automotive companies like GM. You've seen Sterling Anderson now come into the C-suite, pushing again, a captured autonomous program with an individual OEM. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, especially since Cruise was kind of disbanded not too many months ago. But I think as we think about how this is going to deploy, it goes to something that you were just talking about, Sid. I think there's going to be geographic champions. I think one of the major underlying premises of Assembly is that we believe the world very much is bifurcating and will continue to do so. And we'll see how that plays out. But there will be Chinese champions in China, there'll be American champions in America. And then the question is, where are those technologies going to deploy, and where are the individual geographies from a continental or a country perspective going to want those technologies in their backyard? And that's going to be very fascinating, not only in terms of the TAM those companies have the chance to go after, but also to see how they deploy and who they deploy alongside.
Chris, I'd love to stay with you just on the sort of industrial policy perspective. When you think about things that go into an AV, battery, chip, software, these are strategic components of a vehicle, but it's also becoming clear that these are strategically important at a national level. And it has felt over the last few years, as robotaxis became more real in our life, that these robots were potentially going to have some sort of national component to them, and we'd have to think about them as not just individually owned vehicles, but perhaps as controlled by another entity. how important is it for the industrial policy of a country to align with some of these technology bets that, for example, you're making at the early stage?
It's critically important. I would offer it's table stakes. And I think it begins with having a long view. You guys have very kindly welcomed me to my first visit here in Riyadh. And as I look around, I see a long view. I see a place that is looking to build not for today or this year or this decade, but for a very long time. When we're thinking about the companies we're investing right now, and not only that, when we're looking at our portfolio holistically, we are very focused on ensuring that the second and third order supply chain, how are we thinking about not just the manufacturing, but the overall and under overall logistics aspects of those component parts are on-sourced or allied sourced, are manufactured within borders or within borders in which we have an understanding of continuity. So there has been a huge change over the last decade since we began looking at this in terms of differentiated component parts as a part of full stack autonomous systems, for example. I think this is not just going to be within Department of War. This is not just going to be within the dual use ecosystem, but it's going to be civilian utilization within defined boundaries. That's going to be a huge part of how companies deploy and how they think about their overall partnerships on a supplier basis.
Majid, I'd love to ask you about, in running this investment fund for NEOM, how many people come to you and what sort of companies are coming to you saying, I need to be in NEOM myself, I need to put our company there, and give me a flavor for what's your investment funnel look like, the opportunities. You don't have to name specific companies, but I imagine a lot of people want to deploy there, and love if you could just give us an idea of that.
No, absolutely, Riley. And I think when we take a look at the different modes of mobility, we're talking about land, sea, and air, right? All forms, but also within the city. And that's where micromobility becomes interesting. And so part of even injecting the designs of what a new urban development looks like is to come up with new forms of transportation that haven't been thought up, such as, pods. And so, there have been companies coming out and visiting with us out of the US and LA in particular, who have been working with some of our architects or designers to say, how could this be embedded as part of the rails and the infrastructure there? But in general, I think the appetite from our side for a lot of these technology companies to come in and pilot and deploy and scale and co-develop is voracious from our side. I mean, if we were going to talk about, to Chris's point, long-term views of transportation, NEOM is the hub for being that living lab where we want to trial, we want to deploy, want to be at the frontier of technology adoption. And with that comes a real desire from many of the founders to say, look, if your brand equity says that you've trialed this and it works, and if you become a purchaser of our technology in the future, then you as a strategic investor bring a lot more to the table than a financial investor would. And that becomes hugely interesting. And then we're able to bake in what Joseph was talking about, which is how can we translate that investment and the use of funds into a strategic relevance that helps localize businesses in Saudi and in NEOM. But we just don't need to be too difficult in the very beginning because we are talking about long-term bets. And that's when we're seeing sort of a level of partnership that has a similar objective that we're working towards. And that becomes hugely important.
We have just a few minutes left, and particularly with this group and all the things you're looking at, I'd love to get a sense of what you think is mispriced today, whether it's too high or too low. So I'm going to start with Joseph, and then we'll go around the horn. So, Joseph, what do you think in the market today? It could be stuff that's within your remit or without, that's mispriced.
It's a good question. I'm thinking of.
Just use
it's a good question. I'm thinking of a couple of investments that we made. One of them was in AI solutions out of California, where we invested in this semiconductor design company. Luckily, we came in early, so we did not ride the mispricing, but I see a bit of mispricing in that sphere. Autonomous is another area where I see a bit of mispricing, but I'll touch on Holon. The way we structured that deal when we entered the investment is we said, look, let's put the valuation aside because we're never going to see eye to eye. We're never going to agree. So we came up with a different structure where we injected our capital and their capital along with their know-how, but we structured it in a way that guaranteed us a certain return. And if we didn't meet it, then we had a carve-out that kicks in. So there are ways to structure these deals, especially if we want to take that exposure. It's an important exposure to have. That's why we did those autonomous solutions. But these are the two areas where I would see a bit of a mispricing nowadays.
Thank you. Sid?
Yeah, it's an interesting time. I feel, as I was mentioning earlier, electrification in some ways probably is a bit underappreciated right now, given some of the challenges we've had in terms of penetration.
At the OEM level or supplier level?
At the OEM level, yes. Definitely in the broader ecosystem as well, if you think about suppliers. On the autonomy side, and this extends, I think, not just to robotaxi operators, but even LiDAR manufacturers and other players in the value chain. It seems more reasonable. There could be specific companies, I think, where you can argue whether there's an optimistic view. But look, at the end of the day, I think it all depends on how fast these companies will scale and ramp.
Yeah.
And one of the things we have seen, I guess, in EVs, you have got now large companies. If you think about a Tesla or a BYD, they're 100 billion revenue companies, right? So that's substantial. What is interesting in autonomy is, after all these years, you still don't have any companies of scale in terms of actual revenue. And just set aside profit even for a second, right? So it'll be interesting to see. I think if the businesses scale, and I think the use case is quite compelling. One of the interesting things we've had from Waymo also is very positive customer feedback on the experience of riding a robotaxi. So I think, in autonomy, I think it will really depend on whether scaling happens. But on electrification, I think there's probably value to be had.
Got it. Chris?
I'll do one overpriced and two underpriced, but the two underpriced stay among us in this room. You can't tell anybody. So the overpriced, I think, is holistic AI. That's just something that it's obviously
holistic
happening. AI. Just AI, big picture. I think it's
all singing, all dancing. AI.
Indeed, we are in a bubble personified. But I will say that AI, from an infrastructure perspective, companies, we're very lucky to have led an investment in a company called Metropolis, which is real-time payment for automotive in any automotive environment. This is proprietary neural networks AI in the real world. Huge efficiencies for cities, huge convenience for consumers and customers and citizens. That's going to be very valuable. Undervalued, space tech. We are spending a lot of time and have some upcoming announcements. A very good friend of mine always likes to say, Chris, that a 1x on Earth is a 10x in space. We are going to see huge opportunities there, not enough capital is being deployed. And then also undersea tech, but especially monitoring for meta-ocean data. This is for weather as well as for differentiated opportunities in hurricane kind of monitoring, but also from a defense perspective in terms of dual drones in the Baltic and the East China Sea. That's going to be incredibly interesting.
Thanks. Majid, what do you believe is mispriced out there?
Well, I mean, we're talking to a lot of companies and different technologies, so I'd rather not prejudice any of those developments that are taking place. We're, again, we're always seeing the cup half full. But I would say, Hyperloop back in the days was overpriced. I mean, today, CoMotion 2025, I don't think it's mentioned once compared to maybe when CoMotion started back in 2017, 18, when if you did a search word between the two events, you're going to see it maybe mentioned once today and many, many times back in the days. And that was really priced at a point that, was unreasonable. And I think that's what we need to worry about, because a lot of that capital could have also, whilst we want for things to work out, at some point, there's better uses for a lot of that capital in the mobility space where we need to work towards cohesively.
It's the reality, right? When they work out, they all feel underpriced. But when they don't, they all feel way too expensive. And I have the scar tissue to prove that. I would love to finish just with a question for the panelists. When it comes to things that are not in your current portfolio, but you really respect, that are out there, it could be that something that maybe you did look at, you passed on, or maybe you never saw it, but we'd love to hear what are the companies out there that are not in your book that you think have a really interesting angle or have a potentially a really bright future. And I'll start with you, Sid.
Yeah, I think too many to mention that we have missed. But I would say, look, we have spent a lot of time on advanced air mobility on the eVTOL space. And while it's early days, I do think there are some very interesting companies there, whether it's a Joby or a Beta Technologies, where there's both commercial applications from a passenger use case perspective, but there's also a cargo element to this thing, and increasingly defense applications. And that's, I think, one sector where we did spend a lot of time, and I think there's some great companies which we admire and continue to follow. Hopefully at some point they will be in our portfolio.
Great, thanks, Sid. Joseph?
Yeah, I agree. There's too many to mention, but perhaps I can touch on the segment.
Sure.
And it's really the manufacturing, and when I say manufacturing, closer to the theme of taking advantage of what Saudi has, which is the raw materials. And now that manufacturing is moving more to robotics, high precision, high value add type of manufacturing, those are the types of opportunities now we're thinking of approaching and localizing.
Great, thank you. Majid?
I think maybe just a quick couple. Drones and using drones for mobility of transportation, not so much individuals like the eVTOLs. I agree. I mean, that's a space that hopefully will come through. But I think a lot of the roads are congested by just delivery. And if there are different modes, and if we're seeing that the payload starts to come in, then that's an area that could really help the decongestion. And I think of things, in terms of what's the highest impact on society. And again, it really does come down to vehicles and how best we can do that. And I think it's not just a solution. I think it's all the elements that we talked about today that are coming together. And at some point, there will be that inflection point that says, okay, there's a real true democratization that's actually taking place from ownership, from usage, from using, the Uber type of apps to be able to just move from one place to the other, as opposed to what we're doing today. And so I think that's the biggest impact that I feel like, is underserved.
Thank you. And Chris?
I really like that comment on impact. I think it's something that people throw out there, but it's not captured quite like that. There was one of the earlier speakers who talked about what is the purpose of mobility, and he mentioned dignity. And I think, what are the end states? What are we trying to accomplish here? So for me, two companies that I think have an amazing mission and are looking to enshrine the underlying philosophies of the places that they're from are Anduril and Helsing. I'm incredibly impressed with their execution. I'm incredibly impressed with how they're looking holistically. But the only way those companies succeed is if they do so within a framework of partnership and a framework of understanding the entire capital stack. And that's from a federal industrial policy perspective to multiple established players to young startups. Before we got here, I was talking with my colleague Felix, who's here with me, and John, we were talking about you and what a wonderful community you've brought here. And we were thinking about, why is this so valuable? Well, this is the capital stack that we get excited about investing alongside, I think because we represent all the different pieces of the capital you need. But it's not just the capital. You can find capital. It's the intent, it's the mission, it's the desire to have impact. And I think any company that is doing that in a huge way, that I may or may not have missed investing in, I get upset about that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you to my panelists, and thank you to all, and we'll see you at the next session.
Fantastic panel, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? I was so struck by what they were talking about at the very end, about mispricing of certain sectors, autonomy possibly, holistic AI. What did you think, Greg?
I think it's always a pleasure to have Chris Thomas back at CoMotion, because Chris can be counted upon to roll a grenade into the proceedings there.
And he's a real thinker, isn't he?
He is. Well, yes. He was the first speaker up here to call AI a bubble, so thank you, Chris, for that. And second, space is the place, if you listen to him. So, but I did think it was fascinating for them to talk about, where are the mismatches in autonomy there in terms of, where are the valuations out of whack. And, the thing that struck me as the most interesting point about mispricing is that none of them said per se the largest technology IPO in the world last year was Talabat, which was here in the Gulf, a delivery startup focused on instant delivery. And it's been interesting because that business model failed in the United States and has failed in the global north, but it's succeeded incredibly well in the Gulf and in India. And so there are lots of opportunities there.
Really, that's another point that Chris made, actually, if I remember rightly, that it's all about geography. It's not just about the technologies, it's also about matching the technologies with the needs of the region and the needs of the citizens. And I guess that's a good example of it.
Yes, and that's exactly why we're here in Riyadh for this, is because, so much of this discourse has been dominated by the United States and the global north, and really, global urbanization is, of course, happening here. It's happening in the subcontinent of India. It's happening in sub-Saharan Africa. And these are the business models that are actually going to succeed to meet the needs of those people. So that's the kind of conversation I want to have here.
Okay, so I'm going to take a step back now. I am not an urbanist. I know very little about cities. But what I've been struck by so far today are some very cute things. Forgive me for using the word cute, ladies and gentlemen. For instance, the robo-boat, or things that have captured my imagination, like those cable cars going over Freetown that Mayor Yvonne told us about. What do you think is the role of something like that? Design, beauty, the way in which Apple managed to convince us all to have tablets in our hands and iPhones. It was the beauty, the design that did it, wasn't it?
It was, and it's interesting you say that because, of course, Apple has tried to create its own electric or autonomous vehicle and ultimately failed. But you're right, the two words that come to mind are charismatic megafauna, right? Objects of desire. It's not a coincidence that the first
Objects of desire. That's very interesting.
And cuteness is key. The first rendering of Waymo was of a tiny car that has a smile on its face. That cuteness of it is inherent to robotics and that kind of public acceptance. So the autonomous vehicle is super cute in that regard. And it is also interesting too that, these urban projects of cable cars and others, these inspiring transformational projects, have this air of, I don't know, that sense that we lost in many parts of the world here of being able to invest and build something that creates dignity and elevates, which Chris, I thought, did a great job of hearkening back to what His Excellency said at the outset today.
Yeah, I think mothers want to take a little ride with their kids because their kids are pestering them, right?
Yes.
You want grandmothers to take a little ride because, maybe it'll make that journey to the subway station that bit easier.
Well, you say that, and also, to the point here about autonomy, what has not been said is, given particularly the focus on family in this region and globally, of course, is the real killer use case for autonomy, I'm convinced, will be safe transportation for children. Waymo is already introduced in the States.
Tell us more.
Well, Waymo is already introduced in the States a formal mode to basically get teenagers rise within Waymo because of the crushing costs and time of parenting and conveying children. So I think you're right. So the combination of that cuteness, the combination of safety, and that combination of that, and hopefully that will lead to more multimodal trips of taking children that last mile to and from public transportation or other modes. But it is all about cultivating that sense of safety with them.
Also cities, of course. Let's be a bit more serious and move away from cuteness for a minute. Mm-hmm. Cities are growing so fast. And there are particular challenges that cities have, don't they, to make sure that they serve all the needs of all their citizens. Where do you see the most impressive big picture thinking going on?
Well, so two things. It was really interesting to see Mayor Aki Sawyer take inspiration from Medellin. So, of course, Colombia has had so many great successes with the transmillennial buses and, of course, with the cable car gondolas.
Yes, we heard Medellin referred to also by Mayor Yvonne, didn't we?
Yes. And so, so that's really interesting to see that example carry over now into the new generation of investments. And as she pointed out, it's too expensive to build metros in many places, so going to the air, we see that, of course, here at the Riyadh Metro, the Dubai Metro as well, too. So I think that's really interesting. But then it almost comes full circle. What Carlo did not mention, I thought, interestingly, was that the rowboat designed for Amsterdam and its canals is perfectly suited to the two fastest growing megacities on the planet, according to the new UN statistics, which is Jakarta, which is sinking, and Dhaka, which will be the world's largest city by 2050.
Of course, both on the water.
Both on the water. So, there's going to be incredible need to use those waterways as core infrastructure in addition to dealing with their sea level rise and other sort of climate change problems. So, we should be talking more about autonomous boats, because that is actually not just a cute experiment coming out of MIT, but that could be a core solution.
Well, what we're going to be talking about next is cities, growing cities. And what better than to talk to one of the architects of the Riyadh public transport network here. We're delighted to welcome engineer Hassan Al-Musa, who's just joined us, and he's going to tell us about Riyadh's journey to global mobility excellence. Please do come and join us. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here at CoMotion. Riyadh today is really at a turning point. The city is growing fast, more projects and destinations, leading to changing demand for mobility. Over the past decade, we have taken major steps to improve the city, how it moves, and mobility has been one of the main areas of focus. So before we get into what comes next, it is important to look at what's driving this rapid change. As part of that, we looked at how we manage the system internally and how we work with a wider group of partners who support the mobility ecosystem across the city. For many years, Riyadh followed a road-focused, city-led approach that supported the earlier stages of development, and that model has naturally evolved as the city has grown. Now we are moving towards more seamless, AI-enabled, multimodal ecosystem, connecting more modes closely and working alongside operators, innovators, and government partners as network expands. To build a mobility system that can support a city growing as fast as Riyadh, we need to strengthen the core capabilities behind that. The offered modalities are the foundation of the entire mobility ecosystem. First is our road network, still the backbone of movement in Riyadh. As city grows, we must keep those roads efficient, safe, ready for the future. Alongside the roads, we have other pillars: traffic management, making sure that the network flows smoothly. Public transportation, as we know, is now becoming more and more part of the daily life of Riyadh people and its visitor. And active mobility supports healthier movement and strengthens first and last mile access. The efficiency of the model offering would then be ensured through cross-cutting enablers that help the whole network function more smoothly. This includes planning and policy so we can guide the demand and improve safety, technology and data, which help us manage the system better and deliver modern service to residents and visitors. governance, so decisions are coordinated and implemented quickly, and funding which supports collaboration with the private sector and ongoing improvement of the system. Roads will be continuing to play a major role in how people move around the Riyadh city. But the city growing as quickly as it is, the network has to keep improving so it can handle more demand safely and efficiently. We are upgrading more than 500 kilometers of roads, major roads across the city. This is a large effort and will have a big impact once completed. We expect road capacity to increase to 85%, which will help ease congestion and improve travel times for a lot of people. Looking ahead, we will continue to focus on strengthening the corridors, reducing bottlenecks, and making sure our road infrastructure is ready for new technologies and travel patterns. Alongside roads, traffic management is a critical part of how the city functions every day. It is where technology, data, and on-the-ground operation comes together to keep people moving. We have completed a major traffic signal improvement program in 3 phases. In total, over 700 adaptive signals have been rolled out at critical intersections across the city corridors. This will allow the system to adjust based on demand, helping improve traffic flow and reduce delays. Looking ahead, we're bringing a more data-driven tools, better sensing and predictive capabilities. This will help manage the network more proactively, making streets safer and daily travel smoother. Now we come to public transportation. As you know, has become a major part of how Riyadh moves. It is no longer just an alternative. It's starting to shape daily travel across the whole city. The Riyadh Metro span over 176 kilometers across 6 lines, recognized by Guinness World Records as the longest fully driverless metro network in the world. And the bus network now covers more than 80 routes, over 1,900 kilometers and nearly 3,000 stops and stations, giving people better access across different districts. We are also strengthening the first and last mile options, things like demand responsive transport, park and ride facilities, to make sure that the travel being more easier for people and tourists of Riyadh. Together, these systems are already changing how people move around the city of Riyadh, with ridership over 150 million on the metro and around 110 million riders on the bus, resulting a total of 260 million trips taken across the public transportation since launch. Our priority going forward is to strengthen connections, making it easier for people to move between lines, between modes, and between neighborhoods. The goal is simple: a system that is reliable, easy to use, within reach for everyone. And as the transit expands, we continue connecting the people to the city and the city to the people. Active mobility is becoming an important part of how we shape daily life in Riyadh. It is not only about transportation, it is about health, access, and creating spaces where people can move more freely. Riyadh is delivering the Sports Boulevard project, a 135 kilometers corridor for walking, cycling, and active mobility, with more than 83 kilometers already completed. It brings together over 50 sports sites and 4 million square meters of green space, helping create a more active and people-focused urban environment. Going forward, we will expand these routes we will expand these routes, support more micromobility options, and continue building the facilities and infrastructure that keep those modes safe and convenient. All of this help create the cities that pedestrian-friendly and easier to move around, not just by car, but in ways that also improve everyday's quality of life. Now, going forward, and to make all these different modes working together, we need a strong set of enablers behind the system. These are the things that guide how mobility grows and operates across the city. Planning and policy, which help in guiding demand, improving safety, and keeping sustainability in mind as we develop our road and public transportation network. Technology and data will help us to collect data, connect systems, and monitor performance, simulate before implementing and operating the network more efficiently. All of this is coordinated by a solid governance framework spanning all key entities to ensure fast decision-making and fully aligned. For a city growing as quickly as Riyadh, this coordination is essential. Beyond the government entities, we are also actively involving the private sector and private funding. Long-term mobility development depends on sustainable financing, and that includes creating space for private investment and new funding models. Together, these enablers help us manage the system in a way that keeps pace with Riyadh growth and supports a more connected mobility network. The components we talked about before are built up into a multi-layer ecosystem of collaborating parties, all working towards the same goal. Public entities are the core of the development, shaping strategic directions and decisions, planning and regulatory framework. This includes the key ministries, the Public Investment Fund, Riyadh Municipality, and the Transport General Authority. Each plays a role in moving the system forward. In addition to this, the opportunities for the private sector collaboration, bringing innovation, operational expertise, and new business models that helps Riyadh evolve. Metro and bus operators, technology firms, ride-hailing operators, and micromobility providers all help deliver services and adapt to changing demand. We also work closely with partners beyond the kingdom. The global network from GCC cities from GCC cities to international partners and research groups help us learn, test new ideas, and apply what works for Riyadh's future. Riyadh is becoming a place where we can test and scale new mobility solutions in real time. The pace for growth gives us room to coordinate new ideas and see their impact quickly. We are expanding major infrastructure, bringing in advanced technologies, and piloting new modes for transport as the city's needs continue to grow. All of these driven by collaboration with long-standing partners and new ones joining along the way. That shared effort allows us to move faster and build a system that keeps improving over time to make Riyadh one of the top most livable cities in the world. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Engineer Hassan. Please don't leave us. Make yourself comfortable. Why don't you join me now for a few minutes? Because I'd really like to ask you about the extraordinary feat of creating the Riyadh metro system. And we've heard a lot about the Riyadh metro system, ladies and gentlemen. Now is your opportunity to find out even more about how this thing, such a big scheme, was delivered so quickly and why. So I understand that the metro system delivered 85 stations and 6 lines practically simultaneously, which has never been done before. You're looking very proud. Now, I have a question to ask you. Where did you get such an idea from? Can you take us back to the beginning and tell us how you came up with this plan?
Thank you, Nisha. This is a very good question. Actually, the idea of public transportation network in the city of Riyadh and Riyadh Metro mainly actually was not just came out of the sudden. This project is a result of dedication of the Royal Commission for Riyadh City, formerly the Riyadh Development Authority. When we had started the studies and workshops in 2001.
Oh, it went back to 2001.
Yes, that was actually by a direction from the custodian of two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, when he was the governor of Riyadh, to do studies, because he was looking at the future that we cannot continue as we are, looking forward for a more sustainable transportation system. So there was an idea that we have to create this workshop, start to bring expertise and the world-renowned engineering firms to help us in paving the pathway, forward the pathway for a more sustainable mobility ecosystem. At that time, the outcomes of that workshop evolved in more studies. Then we have started on a pilot project where we were only talking about 2 lines of even a light rail system. And then by time, coordinating with the center of government, those studies has evolved. As you know, the cities start to grow in different ways. And the design has evolved until we reach that we need to have a network that is connecting all the city of Riyadh, north, south, east, west, with a better connectivity for people and the visitors of Riyadh.
So what do you think were the key elements of the design and the planning process?
Let me just go back a bit, because after that time, then came the Council of Ministers resolution in 2012, where we have started now officially the project. And then I have to say that we were not standing still at that time. There was early works which enabled us to move very quickly. So we were ready with the pre-qualification processes, with the design of the system, and then we move forward to the implementation. Now, as you mentioned, when it comes to design, I think all of the design has been centered on the main Riyadh structural plan, as we call it, or the urban plan at that time. So we have at the city main corridors that were adapted for what we call transit adjacent development, where we built our network, because these are the main spines and corridors for the future of the cities, which you now see the Riyadh Metro network is spread out the city. We did not just look at that. We have looked at how to better connect the network. So we have more than 9 locations where all the lines are connected or connected to each other. We have the backbone line, which is the blue line, who's connected to every single line in the network.
Oh, really?
And then we have the bus network that support that Riyadh Metro network as a main backbone for the whole public transportation. We didn't look at those locations as just an asset or an infrastructure. We actually had world-renowned architects, where we made a competition, architectural competition, where we now see most of these buildings are now having this design. We're not just focusing on function, but how to make quality places and quality spaces for the
Can I
city of
ask
Riyadh.
you about that? Because I've been very struck by the beauty side of it.
Yes.
Why was it important to invest on the look of these? I mean, there are 4 or 5 which are really quite stunning stations. Why did you do that?
This is a good question, Nisha, and I think this boils down to, I have to say, there is a stereotype in the last 3 decades where the public transportation network were I have to say, described. So there was no a clear, I would say, network. It's a poor design, it's a poor service, and we were a bit careful when it comes to how people will perceive the network. Will they embrace it? Will they use it? And to make sure that this have, I would say, a positive impact. So I think that was investment, was paid off, where we look at those locations not just as a transportation hub, but where I would say activity or a social activity can be accomplished there. Maybe you have seen last week or the last few weeks where we host the Noor Riyadh, which is Riyadh Light Festival. Actually, this makes a huge difference for the network and the people of Riyadh, where people can go and see major artworks within the station realm itself. So this is.
So the station was part of the Noura Festival.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
so
that's really interesting.
And we're happy for hosting this event this year. I think this is a clear message that these are not just transportation hub. These are a place where people can meet, enjoy their journeys.
So can I ask you about how you got public support and citizen engagement with this project right from the beginning? Because major infrastructure projects, they're messy. They create a lot of chaos and inconvenience for people. I understand that you did some specific things to try and win over people in different areas as you were moving through it. Tell us about it.
Very good question. I think having 176 kilometers of metro lines with 85 stations is almost like a heart surgery for a, I would say, in a human body. But in a city like Riyadh, where we started the project, we were about 6 to 6.5 million inhabitants. This type of project, and we remember some of the contractors and even some of the practitioners were they saying this will kill the city, and sometimes there will be.
They said what? Risk. This will kill the city.
This will kill the city. But however,
so they're quite negative and worried.
Definitely, and we made the communication one of the main pillars that we worked on during this project. So as you know, we have the design, planning and design, and the project management, and then communication as a main pillar.
So communication was as important as the planning and the engineering.
Definitely, and I think communicating with the people of Riyadh was not an easy task. There was a team formed to knock on every single shop owner, on every home that is impacted by the traffic detours that were done in Riyadh. I think there was almost 1,200 kilometers of traffic detours. But as part of that, there was a huge simulation that has been done just to make sure that there is no impact on the traffic, limited impact on the shop owners and homeowners. And there was a huge number of sessions with government entities, private sector entities, where their main locations and headquarters are impacted. So there was a huge effort, including this is maybe on the let's say let's say an unofficial side, but when the community engagement, there was a lot of programs. There was naming the tunnel boring machines as part of the tunneling exercise that we have carried on. There was around 60,000 participants with
you had a competition
to name all these tunnel boring machines.
That's a very nice idea.
Also, school students were invited to have also another competition for school students' drawings. every single drawing for a group of schools were implemented where their schools are located within the work areas. And I think also that was part of the community engagement. There was a visitor center, which now I think decommissioned after we opened the system. But then I think we have received a lot of feedback. Definitely, it's not an easy job, but we made sure that the communication is the heart of this project, and I think where we gathered acceptance of the people of Riyadh during this very difficult time during the construction.
So could I ask you what would be your message to the many mayors, almost 100, gathered here with us at CoMotion Global, if they are planning to do something on this scale for their own cities?
I think this is a question that we always ask ourselves. What actually do we need from such a network? Is how to get people's life much more easier, give them more, improve their quality of life. As you know, as the city grows, we have to look for alternative options. But the main thing that I would give as a message for everyone, and either within this event or the people gathering here with us, is believe in what you do, because every single move that we do in this project helped a lot. I think there is a lot of difficulties along those years that we have. It's a more than decade of struggling, and I think doing this massive project with all challenges, I think once you have the first ride and you see the joy on the people who are using this metro network, I think this will erase everything, every difficulty, anything that you suffered during the construction period.
Now, I didn't expect you to say that. So you're appealing to them on an emotional level almost. So I'd like to ask you this final question.
I think this is the most rewarding. I think, something to see in any practitioner life, to see people how they enjoy and how they see the project shaping their new way of traveling within the city.
Okay, so what is that emotion that you feel when you walk into the metro? It's now been running for about a year.
Definitely, yes.
A sense of achievement, pride, relief? Can you capture it for us, please?
I think this is also another good question, Nisha. There was a huge perception, as I told you, about or stereotype about the public transportation. There was a huge questions we have been asked during the implementation of the project. Who's going to use it? Who's going to adopt it? There was a lot of speculations about how we're going to operate the system. I think one of the major, I would say, characteristics of this network is how people adopt it very quickly, and it was the most celebrated public project I think ever maybe announced in the last, I would say in the last few years. The adoption, the level of usage of the public transportation is something that we're proud of. In the first anniversary of the system that we celebrated on the 1st of December, we welcomed our 150 million passenger in the first year of network. As I told you, there is now 110 million passenger in the buses, in the bus system. Before the operation of the metro system, we were about 43, because the buses had started in March 2023. We were about, before the start of the metro network, about 43 million passengers. In the first month, we jumped 25% in ridership for buses. Now we have achieved 110 million passengers for buses. Collectively, we're talking about 260 million passengers. I think this goes beyond our expectation. We have started to look at some, I would say, crowding in the metro carriages.
It's getting too popular now.
Which is, I think, a nice issue to have, but I think that this gives us a huge burden that we need to keep up with the good service that people are expecting from the Riyadh network, and also looking for solutions how to increase the capacity. The system from the outset was designed to cater for more capacity and be capable of increasing the capacity in the near future.
May I congratulate you, Engineer Hassan, on an amazing job done and delivered, from planning all the way through to execution. It's been a real pleasure having you join us at CoMobility. Thank you. CoMotion Global.
Thank you very much.
Wasn't that an interesting discussion? I thought that Engineer Hassan was going to talk to us all about the engineering feats, but actually he was really convincing when talking about the communication challenges and how they overcame them and won the hearts and minds of the citizens of Riyadh. We are now going to have a panel discussion about the future of autonomy, and who knows where that discussion will end up. Maybe somewhere completely unplanned. We keep hearing about autonomy, right? What was once confined to the R&D labs is now a reality in so many cities around the world. But how widespread is it really? Is it the future or not? That's what I'm going to ask my eminent panelists. We have executives, technologists, and big ideas people joining us. Please come on up onto the stage. Big round of applause for our panelists, please, ladies and gentlemen. Make yourselves comfortable. Now, they represent many different sectors, different business models, and the first person I'm going to introduce you to isn't even in the private sector. His name is Matthew Dowse, and he's the president of the International Association of Transportation Regulators. Remember, we've been hearing about how important it is to have sympathetic regulation, open-minded regulation. Let's ask him, how do you see your remit, Matthew, in this area of autonomous travel, of robo-taxis, of robo-vehicles?
Well, it's good to be here. Thank you, Nisha. I've never heard anybody talk about sympathetic regulation before. Yeah, so I was the longest-serving taxi commissioner in New York City. The ITR that you mentioned, I am public and private. I'm a lawyer specializing in AVs and very involved as an academic as well at the Transportation Technology Chair at City University of New York, where we have I even have done workforce development. But just to answer your question, what do regulators think of all this? We don't really know yet. My group is the only organization that actually represents robo-taxi regulators. Mostly in the US, but in Canada and around the world. And right now the regulation is very thin. It's state-based. New York City is the only exception. It's becoming very political. And when I first got involved in this movement, I did a twinning exercise with Europe and the US DOT and the Transportation Research Board, where we talked in 2017 about socioeconomic issues, which everybody's been so focused on road safety for AVs. Nobody was focusing on the issues that in democratic countries that you have in blue cities and blue states, a lot of opposition from labor. And that's really the problem that we're facing now in terms of the technology rolling out is labor opposition.
That's great. Thank you for introducing that to our discussion. And we will ask him more as the discussion rolls on about what the socio-economic factors and implications of robo-vehicles are likely to be. Thank you very much, Matthew. Let me introduce you now to Kai Stepper from Lucid. Lucid, as you guys will probably all know, is an expensive luxury EV manufacturer, top of the range, but that's not all it is. It has ambitious plans to develop level 4 autonomous EVs. What are level 4 autonomous EVs? I hear you thinking. Well, Kai, please tell us briefly.
Thank you so much, Nisha. I'm very happy to represent Lucid Motors. The Kingdom is a very important pillar for our company. We are the first electric vehicle manufacturer right here in the Kingdom. Every vehicle that gets sold in the Middle East is assembled right here in the kingdom. We're very proud of that. So level 2, level 3, level 4, that means something to engineers and maybe to regulators. It means very little to consumers. So think about it in different stages. It starts with feet off, and some of you know it from adaptive cruise control and other functions. The next step is take your hands off the wheel. So that's what we call level 2. And there are some variations of level 2. Level 3 is you can take your eyes off the road. And then we come to level 4, which in essence is mind off. In some situation, that means you still need a driver in the front seat or a safety driver. In some situations, like some robo applications today, it already means there is no longer a driver in the front of the seat. However, this is only restricted to certain pre-validated, pre-tested routes.
So super ambitious and possibly super expensive. Hold on to that thought, please, ladies and gentlemen. Level 4. Who should I introduce you to next? Hugo Fossati, who's the Chief Business Officer of Tensor Auto. Now, I hear you're planning to launch the world's first robo-car, and you also have an intriguing partnership with the rideshare service, Lyft. Tell us briefly what Tensor's main goals are at the moment.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm the Chief Business Officer at Tensor. For those of you who don't maybe know Tensor, Tensor's a 10-year-old company. We were founded in Silicon Valley, based in Silicon Valley. And yeah, look, I mean, 5 years ago, we went very stealth and we designed the world's first level 4 vehicle that you can own for personal ownership.
Say that again?
It's the world's first.
You designed it.
We designed it, yes, that's right.
Okay.
And we have partnered with a vehicle manufacturer to manufacture it for us. And we will go live in the second half of 2026.
Oh, my word. So that's why they think they're going to be the world's first, yes? And we're going to push them on, is that a realistic timeline? Thank you very much, Hugo. Good to have you with us. At the end of our row is Dr. James Yu, who's the chairman and CEO of QCraft, which was founded in the Bay Area in San Francisco. It's a Chinese company, now headquartered in Hong Kong. Now, you've made your name with driver assist products, but I would like you to focus on telling us about your plans to develop level 4 enabled robo-buses and robo-taxis and robo-vans, so basically delivery vehicles and not personal vehicles. Yes, why is that important?
Yeah, of course. I mean, QCraft was founded almost 7 years ago in Silicon Valley, and our ambition is to bring autonomous driving to real life. We never ever lose that target. But we believe all this autonomous driving, no matter L2, L3, L4, we all need to get into mass production, right? This mass production is we will get there eventually. So we have a 2 product line. One is L2 Plus, L2 called L2 Plus or L2 Plus Plus, whatever is for the passenger vehicle. Almost all the major Chinese OEMs, they are our customer already. But our
so you're providing the technology to other companies.
We give them the solution as a solution provider. But our ultimate goal is to get to the robotaxi. But this ultimate goal needs some path. We need to take some time, step by steps. No matter L2, L3, like Kai mentioned, no matter L2, L3, L4, they are different at the product level. But in terms of technology, they share the same foundation. So that is our belief. So for QCraft, we based on L2, L3, L4. That is our product line. But underlying, we share the same gigafactory for the autonomous driving base technology. And we use this technology to create a different product, like a RoboBus. So far, we already deployed more than 26 cities for RoboBus, and even include Hong Kong, also in some Japanese cities as well. And also, we are expanding in the Middle East.
Okay, James, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that pathway. How do you get from where they are now to where they want to get to in the course of this discussion? And finally, a company that needs no introduction to you, of course. I left you to last for that reason. Mohammed Jardane is the head of autonomous mobility at Uber for this region, for the Middle East. Now, You may be asking, what is Uber's strategy regarding autonomous vehicles? It's not making the technology itself, but it has a lot of partnerships in different regions with different players. Can you tell us about what's going on here in the region?
Yeah, thank you, Nisha, and it's great to be here today. So yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Rather than actually build autonomous vehicles ourselves, our vision is actually to partner with the best AV tech developers and become the platform of choice, help them scale, learn as we go, and really become the partner of choice for them in all the markets that we're here. And to that effect, we've partnered with 20 AV tech developers across the world, across mobility, freight, and delivery. We think that the Uber network, is the only network that can offer a one-stop shop, one-stop access to delivery and mobility markets across the world. And we're super excited about the Middle East. I had the region here in terms of AV mobility, and this is a region that we've seen some really good progress. It's the first region we launched outside of the U.S. There's already deployments in Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, and we're super excited about that. And I think I think the region is going to be a place, and Saudi in particular is going to be a location that's going to continue to be very important for our strategy as Uber and a test bed for a lot of our operations here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. So I'm now going to ask our panelists, really, is this so inevitable? When we're sitting in a room like this, we can get so caught up in the technology that we sometimes don't take a step back and ask ourselves, is it realistic? Was it ever going to make money, for instance? So I'd like to ask, who should I start with? James, are autonomous vehicles really inevitable? Are we going to see this in any realistic time frame?
Oh, yes, of course. I think we as human beings, we have dreamed about this autonomous driving for decades. I think everybody, here and also in front of us, everybody has been dreaming this a lot. And I think this autonomous driving is so close to us, and we have made so much progress already. And for example, like so far, even L2, L3, L4, they are we all call it, to some extent, they're autonomous driving. Just the level of autonomy is different. For example, right now, so far, we have deployed almost a million installations for navigation on autopilot. This kind of NOA product already. As you can see, nearly a million installation already is quite massive. And also, we have seen like a lot of progress on the technology side, especially it's quite a lot of company they can already achieve this robotaxi or robobus without the driver behind the wheel. The vehicle, the entire vehicle has been redesigned, reinvented already. So we are approaching that the ultimate goal very quickly. But we have to see that this is for autonomous driving, especially on robotaxi side. We still probably need to take some time, maybe 5 years or maybe even 10 years, because we need a regulation. We need all this audience, all this government, all these average people. They need to be able to accept that. It's not an easy job.
Indeed. So you've got the technology. Is it affordable? We have 5 to 10 years, big difference in time horizons there. And will people accept it? Because there are concerns about safety, job losses, etc. Which regions are going to be the most open to a technology, profoundly revolutionary technology like this? We know there's a lot going on in the US, and we have US companies with us. Huge amount going on in China, and we have James with us from representing a Chinese point of view, but also here in the Middle East. We heard from Mohammed how excited he is about the potential here. So which region is going to see takeoff first, do you reckon, Mohammed?
Look, I think you summarized it quite well, right? I think there's a lot happening in the U.S. and China, but I think what's exciting is the Middle East is one of the regions that's where things are happening. So and it's getting there's a regulatory head start here. Several cities already have AV deployments. Abu Dhabi, for example, 2 weeks ago was the first city to launch fully autonomous and fully driverless commercial robotaxi operations outside of the US and China. Here in Riyadh, we have a partnership with the Transport General Authority, and it's part of a milestone for us in terms of bringing the future of mobility here to the kingdom. Saudi is very innovative in its thinking, and one of the countries that is very promising in terms of AV adoption. We already today in Riyadh have a deployment with We Ride vehicles, doing a service between Princess Noura University and Ocean Front. And as that deployment scales and as we introduce additional partners into this region, we hope to be able to push a lot more.
So it sounds like what you're saying is having the backing of a central authority, having a kind of government, public sector backing is a very important ingredient. You have that in this region. And I suppose also the fact that the infrastructure to some extent is relatively immature and there's a lot of investment going on right now, which is another big advantage. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Do you agree with him, Hugo? Do you think that this is the area we're most likely to see liftoff in, or is it more likely to happen in the US, for instance, where look at the amount of investment that's going in here, or China?
Yeah, no, I think I think look, it's a foregone conclusion. It's happening all around the world. I think right now what's important is the staying power. So one thing is being able to do some tests, do some deployments, whatever. But the other one is, have you really prepared yourself? Have you really, do you really have a product that, is there for the long run? And so I think
what are you suggesting there?
So
That there's some places where the staying power isn't there?
Yeah, so staying power is important. And so I think you need to look at the safety approach of every company. You need to look at the scalability of every company. I think this is very, very key. And so, one of the things, we've been doing one thing and one thing only for the last 10 years, and that's, level 4 autonomous driving. And as I said earlier, we designed this vehicle from the ground up specifically for safety and scalability because it's what the consumer deserves. It's what countries deserve. It's the only way to do this properly. And so by doing that, we have basically an incredible, we've integrated from the ground up, an incredible amount of redundancy, we've taken a very, very sensor-rich approach, which is fundamental, to scalability. And, on top of that, a compute system which is unparalleled. We've done this, 8,000 trillion operations per second. We have the latest, offering from NVIDIA on there, the Thor. Redundancy, we're talking about redundant braking, redundant power, redundant steering, redundant sensing, redundant compute. I mean, all these things, without them, basically you're setting yourself up for failure. And so,
but building in redundancy also makes a product very expensive, and someone has to swallow those costs. It's either the companies developing them, or it's the consumers, or it's the public sector. And so that's a question that we can explore in a little while. Hugo, thank you very much for Did you answer my question about which region? I don't think you did.
Well, I think it's everywhere, right? And I think it's
He's
going to happen everywhere.
Question.
Yes, US for sure, China, of course, here in the Middle East. I mean, we have offices in Dubai, we have offices in Barcelona, we have offices in San Jose. We see it, Riyadh is a fantastic place to do this. Absolutely. I think all the points you said were spot on. And again, I think it's very, very important, that you have the right setup to do this at scale.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding there, Matt, as Hugo was talking. I don't know whether you agreed or disagreed with him, but I would like to ask you what you meant when you said we're likely to see possible breaks coming in because of the socioeconomic issues which perhaps have not been explored to the extent that they might be, that are still around the corner, but will come and bite us soon.
Yeah, and I would agree with Hugo and Mohammed about, the governance is where it's going to scale more quickly. If you have a good governance structure, like I worked for government for 20 years, and, in the United States, for instance, it's broken. You have states and cities and localities, and now the local transportation departments want to get a handle on where the vehicles pick up, and the Waymos of the world and the AV companies all want state regulation. So it's kind of a ping pong ball right now, but I think it's going to take time to scale, and I think public acceptance is key. Look in Arizona. In Arizona, it's been there for years now, and people got used to it. and it is scaling, but it's only a certain segment of the for-hire market. I don't think it's going to be coming to buses and motor coaches for ground transportation or non-emergency medical transportation or luxury transportation as quickly as it's going to come to ride-hailing like Uber and taxis, where there's a certain segment of the marketplace that's using it now and it's going to expand over time. So I think 5 years is a little bit optimistic, and I think countries that have their governance together, like Riyadh, where you actually have control and there's decision-making that's unilateral or only among a few people, that it can get done. In the US, it's all over the place. And
it's all done state by state, right?
State by state, but there are certain states that are welcoming it and others that are not. I'm from New York, and New York is not welcoming as an environment. It's not innovative. The West Coast and some of these other states like Texas and Arizona and even California are doing it, but again, labor opposition, my regulators, they're concerned about sustainability, which is not a big issue. They're more concerned about EVs, and EVs are pretty much the business model for all the companies. Wheelchair accessibility is big with our regulators in the United States and abroad, and also the labor thing is the thing that's holding it up in the trucking industry and also in New York. And it's going to be a very, very hard sell because the labor is organized, and even in London, I could see, even though there's a unified, governance structure with TfL, I could see the taxi drivers are there very active, and they're going to fight this. And this is a fight that is going to go on for a while. So I think it's going to take more like 10 years until we start seeing it infiltrate, and we're going to see it in some places and not others for quite some time.
So which are going to be the sectors which are mostly likely to get the breakthroughs then and win wider acceptability? I think that we heard from Matt there that he doesn't think that the luxury segment is ready yet. So Kai, I'm sure you'll disagree with him. But
if I could just qualify that, though, I think they're going to use it, but they're going to make the drivers become concierges and pick up the luggage. I think it's going to change the job. But there could be a lucid vehicle that the limousine industry uses. We'll see.
Let's hear what he has to say.
And they are. Thank you so much, Nisha, and the audience. I would argue very hard that autonomy is here, ladies and gentlemen. It's here in the US. Yes, it's fragmented, but it's been there for many years. I've been in industry, been working on this for more than 15 years, and there's been many, many decades before that from academia. So it's been deployed. It's been deployed in California. It's been deployed in Arizona. We have long-haul driverless trucking in the state of Texas and many, many cities in China.
But may I just interrupt and say, what you're talking about are specific examples. Not quite pilots, but they're not mass scale either, are they?
Well,
so how does it become a reality? Is that likely to happen, really, in the luxury market segment or where else?
I was going to say, I think what's key, right, is that if you're just going to do fleets or robotaxi, let's say, that can be limited, that can be very capital intensive, right? You need to basically scale this out. And to scale it out, the law of numbers, I mean, if you just look at the law of numbers, right, 85% or 90% or whatever of every vehicle that is produced and sold today are owned by consumers. So it's just a matter of following what consumer behavior already wants to own this. So it needs to be owned by the consumer as well as fleets.
But that's one model that Hugo has pushed with great support just now. But there is a whole alternative model that maybe we won't own cars anymore at all. That it'll be Uber and it'll be mobility as a service, which will just provide our mobility needs, like a click of the finger or a touch of a screen. Kai?
Yeah, it's not binary. I mean, you have to go step by step. There will be human driving for many decades to come on this planet. Why does it have to be one or the other? Well, we have multimodal transportation today, public transportation, privately owned and leased, fleet operation, taxi operations. It's not going to be binary for many decades to come, and you need to go step by step. The industry, society, regulators around the world have to gain experience with it to trust the technology moving forward. So, it's, you have Black Lane. There's Lucid vehicles in Black Lane today. You have Uber Black. You have other models. So there is a market for ride-hailing as well as for robotaxis that want a more premium experience moving forward. We just announced earlier this year a partnership with Uber, and Uber has trusted in us to be the first vehicle manufacturer to provide the robotaxi vehicles for them. They committed to more than 20,000 vehicles and hopefully more to come. So that's number one. And number two, long-haul trucking, going long stretches of highway from point A to point B, from hub to hub. It just makes sense to automate this. And actually, it's live, it's real, it's happening in the state of Texas today and in many places in China.
So two ideas there we've just had from Kai. Firstly, this idea of partnerships, he just mentioned, Lucid and Uber, and I want to ask you about that, Mohammed. And secondly, the idea of commercial delivery. Yes, perhaps that's the area, long-haul trucking, maybe last-mile delivery, and I'd like to put that to James in a minute. So Mohammed, that we're seeing a lot of partnerships in this area, right? And I wanted to ask you how you see the significance of that from a business point of view, and where does the profitability lie? Who owns the consumer then when you have these partnerships?
Yeah, so look, I think from our perspective, a partnership strategy makes a lot of sense. We want as many companies to succeed in delivering, L4 robotaxis to the market. We think that's good for consumers. That's good for our business. That's good for bringing costs down. I think we talked a lot about cost in this panel. I think overall, right, I think this is still in the early stages of development, and it's going to take time, and I agree with Kai, right? Like, we do see that, I think everybody kind of here does agree that the future of mobility is going to be, electric, shared, and increasingly autonomous, but we really see that both locally and globally, traditional and autonomous transportation modes are actually going to continue to grow over time. And you're going to need both of them to kind of create that right mobility and ecosystem. And the more we're able to kind of create those multimodal trips, the more we're able to integrate them into seamless applications like the Uber app, we'll see that as transportation becomes more reliable, more affordable, more convenient, potentially things like car ownership start to decrease, and you start to move towards that world we're starting to talk about.
I think Mohammed's being very humble here. Actually, I think Uber started off wrong by trying to be an OEM, but now you have all your eggs in different baskets, but they're also doing partnerships with other modes like taxi. So there's a lot of innovative stuff going on, but there's really two business models and possibly a third. You got the shared vehicles, right? The shared autonomous vehicles that are going to be doing, airports and public transit partnerships. So you got the robo-taxi, ride-hailing. But to Hugo's point, on your question on consumers, I think the big elephant in the room is Elon Musk and Tesla and what he's going to do, because his model has always been stated, even though it hasn't happened yet, I don't know if you heard of Toro, but the concept of you owning a car, renting it to other people as an individual, not a rental company.
I think Tensor's doing a similar thing.
And that's really that's really the big monkey, elephant in the room here, that you're going to be able to go to work, buy an autonomous vehicle, work all day, and it'll pick people up, and you can make money to pay off the car, and it'll take you home. That is a game changer, and that will disrupt the entire. Am I wrong on this?
No,
yeah,
you're absolutely right.
In the power sector, for instance, if you have solar panels on your roof, you can feed back into the grid, right? In many parts of the world, including in the UK where I live. Tell us a little bit about that, and I haven't forgotten about you, James. So I will come to you in a minute. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you asked earlier about Lyft, and so yes, we did partner with Lyft earlier on, this year for that specific use case. So you can effectively, when you're sleeping or whenever you're not using your, what effectively is oftentimes the most expensive, purchase that a family makes after a house, right? You're flipping now the model.
It's a car, yeah.
Yeah, you're flipping the model, right? So typically it's parked 90% of the time doing nothing. Unless you know exactly which car to buy, like a specific Porsche or Ferrari or whatever, those will maybe appreciate, right? But not everybody can afford those. But, otherwise they're depreciating. And so we flip that model. When you're not using it, it can work for you. So we've taken it actually a step further. The vehicle is agentic, our vehicle. So you can talk to it. The reason why I mentioned earlier we have 8,000 TOPS of compute power is because not only are we, processing all the sensing that we're seeing, right, at highway speeds, we're also using it to process, you can literally have a relationship. You can go tell it, hey, go and do, go to the grocery store, go and do X, Y, and Z when you're not using it. So all of this is happening, in the vehicle. But I also wanted to mention, you know, a couple other things which I think are very, very important, because I heard you talk about, you know, public acceptance. And I think one of the key things, you mentioned that as well, Matt, I think one of the key things is, you know, we're an AGI company, and so for us it's very important that at the end of the day, the human in the vehicle, the owner, feels like he or she is in control. And so if they want to take over, they can. And this is specifically why we went through a very, very difficult exercise, but one which is extremely necessary, which was to build the world's first foldable steering wheel. So in level 4 mode, you know, there's obviously no steering wheel. You can, you know, it's your living room, it's your office, it's whatever room you want it to be. But when you do want to take over, you press that button and you can drive it when you want. And this, we think, is fundamental to, you know, again, introducing such revolutionary technology into society. There needs to be, you know, again, this sense of...
And to win trust, of course, that people feel that they can intervene if they need to,
exactly,
in order to embrace the technology.
Sorry,
I want to bring James in,
okay,
sorry,
go ahead, no
sorry,
problem.
Hugo, otherwise...
Sorry,
yeah.
I can go on forever.
I particularly wanted to ask you about robo-vehicles which are not personal for personal use, personal transport, but for business use, logistics, delivery vehicles, and the rest of it. Do you think that sector might actually grow faster than the personal stuff? Because you don't actually have you don't have, you know, a skeptical woman like me deciding, should I get into one of these or not?
Yeah, I definitely think this for different as a global market, a different region, they have a different speed. I think for United States, maybe robotaxi is really fast, it's going really fast. As you can see from Waymo or Tesla, the robotaxi is sounds like almost a viable business, is going rapidly. But as a global market, for example, in China or like in Europe or in the other, especially in China, I think logistic, this local delivery may be faster than robotaxi.
Yeah.
I think that is because of the labor cost, because of the regulation, because people, the public acceptance for many factors. So we cannot see this like a single answer for all the different regions. We have
so geography is really important in this discussion.
We really look at the different sectors. And also I think the vehicle, especially even for the passenger vehicle, is not. I don't think we cannot only see it as just like a go from point A to point B. It's also some private space. So I don't think only once we have robotaxi, everybody's going to call Uber or call this a platform. I think people still need to own a private space, because that is a very common thing, because this is a car. But for sure, the modern car, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, the car will be very different from nowadays. Is more becomes an intelligent space. It's become our. It's not anymore like just the vehicle itself. It's the intelligence part is much more important than the mobility part. That is my prediction.
Okay, thank you very much, James. So we've come to the very end of our discussion. We've only got 5 minutes left. And a big question that's on my mind we haven't yet answered, which is how do you win public acceptance? Because there is skepticism from old fools like myself. So I want you each to come up with one idea about how one does that. Hugo. Okay, go on, Matt.
Either going down the line.
Go down the line. We'll go down the line. How about it?
Seeing is believing. I think that's part of it, but to Hugo's point, I think it's really important that it be affordable, and we have to really bear that in mind.
That it be affordable.
Because what happens is that you see it in Phoenix, Arizona every day. You get used to it. You're comfortable with it. The game changer to scale it is, number one, it's got to be a lot cheaper than if there's a human driver, and number two, if consumers own it and can make money on it. To Hugo's point, I think that's going to scale it a lot more quickly. So that's the third business model.
Affordability, and maybe the Lyft model is a way of doing that. Hugo, one idea.
One idea, yeah. I would say one thing we haven't talked about, I think is really important, is also the privacy side of things. And so, you know, traditionally in existing, you know, deployments, you know, some of this data is being monetized, is being used, and also in traditional EVs. You know, we went the other way. We don't believe in that. We believe in a world where, you know, you own your own AGI, you own your own data, and so this is really fundamental. And so basically, you know, you can actually remove the data from our vehicle. So you have the charging port, and then you have, and on the other side of the car, you have a port you can
So
take away.
privacy, data control, because you can't run these systems without an awful lot of data sharing.
Yeah, I would say
Thank
just
you.
last thing was just, you know, kind of end-to-end encryption. So it's actually the world's first vehicle with pure end-to-end encryption. So when you're talking to the vehicle, right, this is now your robot. You know, no one's listening in, right? This is going right.
Okay, Hugo
this
says
is very important.
data, control, privacy, and safety. Mohammed, what do you think is going to convince us?
Look, I can only agree with seeing is believing, because that's what we're trying to do, right? And so I have the unfortunate of having to go after you, but basically, you know, I'll be honest with you, right? I lead autonomous mobility in the region. The first time I was in an autonomous vehicle was about a year ago, because that's when they came to the region. You know, I now sit in cars on my laptop doing emails.
But you haven't mentioned safety, because that's the thing that makes me nervous.
Yeah, so look, I think on the safety side, I think the way we, you know, at least if we think about it in Uber, is we are introducing consumers to AVs, and we introduce them in a way that's familiar to them, that is through the Uber app, that is, we also carefully select the routes so that initially these are, you know, optimized for AV performance and user experience. You know, in some of our initial deployments, we have a vehicle specialist in the car, so that brings comfort to folks. And all of our deployments, when we go fully driverless, you can talk to Uber support on your phone or in the tablet. And so we create a lot of that familiarity and again, that normalcy of taking AV. We even
So from Mohammed, just get people to try it. They will try it, they will enjoy it, they'll feel comfortable, they'll do it again. Thank you very much. Kai, one idea to get people across
So in
that.
addition, what my dear panelists already mentioned, which I all agree with, it's very simple. Address some pain points people that don't enjoy about driving. I speak to consumers every single week, and some of them tell me, well, I don't want to give up driving because I spend so much money on this vehicle. I want to feel the driving. I want to feel the handling.
You can see he's a German.
You know, feel in the
Germans
seat.
love to drive.
Exactly. I have yet to find a single person, Nisha, that has told me, I enjoy so much finding a parking lot and maneuvering in this tight space in a crowded parking structure.
That's a great point.
So address that, and you win the hearts and the souls of the consumers step by step.
That's a lovely suggestion. Thank you very much, Kai Shepard. And I'm sorry, James, you've got the last word now. They've probably said everything you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just want to say the safety, as you mentioned, is really important. So
Yeah.
we're gonna get rid of accident. We're gonna save millions of lives. That's gonna happen. That definitely requires autonomous driving to be happening. And also think about the infrastructure. The city will be different. The living, the office, our living, our city, our office, where we live will be very different. Maybe just we can spend like a few hours in the car in the morning. We wake up in some vacation spot. So that's gonna change our life. I'm really looking forward to that day.
Thank you so much, James. So basically just go straight out there and say it is safer. Just nail your colors to the mast. Put the data out there and be a champion for it. I've learned so much from this discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed it too. Should we put our hands together and say a big thank you to our panelists? Now I'm going to say to my panelists, let's not have a party here, but in the green room, because I want to introduce you to our next session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that is about the mobility challenges and opportunities of mega events. Think the Olympics, World Cup, big sporting events, big music events. Here, the Kingdom is preparing a number of ambitious mega events. And what is it about them that create opportunities and challenges? Well, you have a huge amount of investment in infrastructure that comes in a short window. How do we make sure that that investment is actually purposeful for the citizens of somewhere like Riyadh, for instance. Let's find out more now. I'm delighted to introduce you to Matthew Martin, who's the Saudi Bureau Chief of Semaphore, and his distinguished guests. Matthew.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us for this session. I think we're at the closing end of the day, but as you just heard in that introduction, and has been talked a lot about today, there is a huge demand now across Saudi Arabia for investment into hosting these huge events that the kingdom has gone out and won over the past few years, and so this is going to obviously put a huge amount of burden in terms of investment in infrastructure and investment in mobility, but obviously also a huge opportunity. And so that's going to be the focus of our session today. So with me we have Helmut Schulz from Kearney and Walid Shahlan, who is working in the ASEA region. And so to begin with, I thought I would just give them just an opportunity just to very quickly give us an introduction to who you are. Helmut, you start first. Who you are and what's your expertise in this space?
Thank you very much, Matthew. Yeah, my name is Helmut Scholz. I'm a senior partner at Kearney in the Middle East and Africa office. I lead our mobility infrastructure, have been here in the region over the past 18 years. Was supposed to be a 1 or 2 year stint, but it developed ever since. And I'd say I have the blessing that I was involved in a lot of projects that really created what's next, both in the mobility and infrastructure space. Some of the examples that I was very glad to work on is I've actually helped build up several railway systems in the region, developed also several mobility systems for bigger projects. I worked on various joint ventures and brought new technologies to the region, for example, in advanced air mobility. Yeah, and also on the infrastructure side, I've been involved in developing master plans, commercial concepts, on the full real estate development perspective on many sites, districts, and even cities. So in that sense, it's a great pleasure to be here today for this conference that also brings together an aspect between mobility and urban planning, which is very important and not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and Walid, tell us a bit about yourself, and also I've had a few conversations with people here who are making maybe their first or second trip to the kingdom, and so they're perhaps not familiar with ASEA. So as well as telling us about yourself and your role within the ASEA development, also tell us a bit about ASEA for those people who don't know about it and probably have a view that much of Saudi Arabia looks like Riyadh.
Good evening. My name is Walid Shahlan. I am working in the ASEA Development Authority. My background is in architecture and urban design, and I'm leading design in the ASEA region. The ASEA region is Saudi's best kept secret. And we sometimes forget the scale of Saudi Arabia. ASEA is actually the size of Austria. And it is in the south with border on Yemen, 120-kilometer coast on the Red Sea. But it starts from sea level and it ascends up to 3,000 meters above sea level. And this diversity in the topography and climate results in a lot of richness, especially in the heritage, the vernacular architecture, and so forth, which makes it a very unique area to work and really a great place to visit, and hope you get a chance to come someday.
Well, as someone who has made a trip over to Apa and trekked the Suda mountain, I would recommend it to everyone if you get the opportunity to do so. Helmut, perhaps to start off with, as you mentioned in your introduction, you've been in the region a long time. I've been around about the same period of time as well, and so we've seen some of these events have already come to the region. We've obviously had Expo in Dubai. We have had World Cup in Qatar, and increasingly the region is playing a role in hosting these big events. There's talk about Olympic bids coming maybe at some point in the future from someone. But what are sort of the key learnings that you think that Saudi Arabia needs to be thinking about from the experiences in the region so far?
I think yeah, maybe a few, 2-3 points that are interesting to understand the problem of that magnitude, and then going maybe into some of the learnings from past events here in the region, but also elsewhere. I mean, first of all, the important point is from a mobility perspective, if you have a mega event such as Olympic Games, a World Cup, or also expo sites, which is a little bit more stretched, the expos, but particularly sports events that happen usually in a time frame of 4 to 6 weeks, you have peak loads that are typically between 5 to 15 times as high as you normally have. And that is compared to the normal peak loads. So that means no system as such is built to be able to function with that. So you really need to think about very well upfront how you plan that. Yeah? So that is an important point. I think another point is also very important is that we often talk about the mobility on site. One crucial bottleneck, though, is often the air traffic. So Qatar has seen this, has had actually a significant spike. They had more than 500 planes landing every day. That was actually creating also quite some significant delays. That will be an aspect that will be most likely quite relevant for Riyadh because the majority of the stadiums are in Riyadh. I think more than 8, if I remembered it correctly. So this is a massive concentration. So these points need to be well thought after. What also happens, it's a very important point, but people often underestimate the city, and particularly when we talk about Riyadh and Jeddah as the two host sites, a bit less in the Asir region with Abba. The city itself is still there. So you need to do actually a dual planning. It's not just about the event. You also still need to run the rest of the city, which is actually much larger. Yeah. So that is often a topic which is a bit left aside. Freight also often is a bit thought after. People immediately think about transportation of people. Yeah, but the freight is even sometimes more important. So, and that also needs to be coordinated with the transport for the people. So smart schemes, for example, to have freight transport only during night hours, while you don't have games, etc. All these items are very important. And then maybe last but not least, one item also important is that, yeah, pedestrian flows often, and then the last mile of these events, this is where you really create typically the most bottlenecks, because that's where everything comes together, right? You have the pedestrians, you have the cars for logistics, you have all the flows for emergency. That's also another whole dimension of transportation that needs to be organized. All that together is creating also certain aspects. Yeah? So that's basically, I'd say, the situation. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, Walid, I guess you're now on the front lines of thinking about all of these issues, because not only as Asir already have your own development plans, but now sort of added on top of that, you're going to be having a World Cup stadium.
That's correct. And in addition, we do have the same issues as you mentioned. You talked about peak hours. We already have an influx of tourism in the summer, as the temperature doesn't go above 30 in Asir. So you can imagine how many people in the rest of Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf would be coming. And that already creates conditions that we're dealing with. What do you do with the congestion in those peak hours, for example? The advantage of Asir is that we already have a population of 2 million people, 200,000 in Abha, and the existing population and the existing infrastructure that's there is very much, it creates a brownfield condition, so that when you start to put a World Cup stadium there, you're already putting it in an existing fabric. And it is also aligned with the direction of Asir. Asir is intending to be an all-year-round tourist destination. So already we were preparing for the airport. It wasn't done just for the World Cup, but the World Cup aligns with that and strengthens and pushes us forward. The site selected in the bid book for the World Cup was to actually put the stadium in the existing university. And by putting it in the university, it already has a legacy, because it will be part of the university life, graduation, concerts, university sports, etc. And then that becomes a catalyst to master planning the area around the university. And not only that, but it also gives it a direction, not just to create F&B outlets and hospitality to serve the event, but to think about the legacy of how that can be actually a sports hub. Leveraging our high altitude and our climate, we're ideal situation to attract all year round training. Imagine cyclists who are training for the Tour de France in the winter in Europe when it's cold, they can come and train in the beautiful climate and the high altitude of Asir and so forth. So what's very positive about the World Cup coming to Asir is that it is actually strengthening and thrusting us forward in the direction where we're already going.
Yeah, and I wanted to just sort of ask on that point, I mean, how much, in terms of, developing your master plan and sort of vision for development, at what point does the World Cup come into that? Was it like, oh no, now we've got to add a stadium to this and start thinking about this, or was it sort of right from the beginning that it was there?
Oh, it was actually good news for us. Let's take Abha, for example. One of our projects now aims to create Abha Uplift. And uplifting the city of Abha, we're doing it on multiple fronts. One of the PIF projects is Al Wadi project, which is an urban regeneration project of bringing in mixed use in the heart of the city. But rather than that being an isolated event, we are extending it to the rest of the city to uplift all of Abha and create a network of pedestrian areas. When the World Cup comes, we start to insert what will be the fan zones. We have 2 fan zones, and they are also designed to be part of the urban fabric. So after the World Cup, they become civic spaces. We've got 1 fan zone in front of the governance center, so it becomes almost the formal space. And we've got another fan zone which is on the ridge. And you will see that Asir is very much defined by ridges and wadis. And we leverage that and bring it into the plan. So it becomes input, and it becomes very positive input, not just a catalyst. It's not really a problem. It's actually coming in as a solution.
Yeah.
So we don't have to really worry about legacy because we're already going there.
Yeah, and Helmut, on that legacy point, I mean, what's your advice to the planners in Saudi Arabia as they start thinking about, as you mentioned, there is this challenge that there's going to be short periods of time where you have a very large influx of people coming in, but you also, don't want to be left with unused infrastructure. So what's your advice in terms of how the planners and decision makers should be thinking about these challenges?
Yeah, I think the example of ABBA is actually a very fascinating one, because that is really, truly where a World Cup can help, right? Where it's basically a catalyst for the urban development of a city, right? So simply because of the natural conditions. In the case of Riyadh, it will be a little bit different because, as I said, there's many stadia, so that will be, from a traffic perspective, obviously very important to manage. I think the core question when it comes to planning, and this is one of the key learnings, and I think planning is king and planning is key, is really the legacy that you want to create. You don't create a mobility system just for this site. You need to ensure that it tackles all the issues that I was speaking at the beginning. But when you think about what does the mobility system for Riyadh needs to look like in 2040 or 2050, and how do I actually leverage, or also in Jeddah, so how do I leverage that, in order and how do I leverage the Expo and the World Cup in order to create the right mobility system? So that means, particularly when we come to public transport, which is now also growing in Riyadh, and it's great to see how the bus network, the metro network are all evolving. That will be a very, very crucial component to think about how that can be further strengthened, right, in a way that it allows basically to cope with these issues.
Yeah.
One topic as such. One other topic which is also key, I think, it's not, people often think about the hard infrastructure. There's a lot of money spent on concrete, steel, and other items. I think a core point is also how much money do you invest actually in the digital infrastructure and the software, etc., because that is a key driver actually to solve a lot of these problems. We've seen many panels here before. And Carlo, for example, at the very beginning of the conference showed examples how you can manage flows, how you can manage crowds. Yeah, so that will be a very crucial aspect in a way to intelligently manage the traffic that comes on top, right, without having to build all these infrastructure. And that's the beauty of our age, right? So nowadays we have actually these means from a technological perspective, and that is really very crucial that this will be leveraged when we talk about planning.
Yeah.
You talked about the last mile, and I want to talk about what we're doing in our last mile for the stadium. The stadium being on the campus, we've actually launched a competition to do a campus in a park. And that was a group of international consultants, regional, and interestingly, we brought in a team of students from one of the universities with their professors to compete. And they ended up winning the design. The idea of the design is to be able to leverage this large area that the university occupies and layer it with a park that invites the public to engage and design it for micromobility. And then when the stadium comes in, it fits in beautifully in all of that. So as you start to develop hotels and areas around the plan, your last mile is already a beautiful park equipped with walkability, micromobility, and so forth. So it's really all working simultaneously. We're not viewing the World Cup as, you know, a problem that we need to solve. What are we going to do after? Not at all. This is actually complementing to what we're doing and strengthening what we're doing.
Yeah, and how are you thinking about the great development opportunity here? As I think we sort of alluded to earlier, is that you have a hard deadline to deliver something now. The challenge is you have a hard deadline to deliver something. So that's both, and obviously this focuses everybody's minds onto 2034, but it also is a very high pressure environment now to make sure that you meet that challenge. So how are you preparing the groundwork for that now, and making sure that everything comes in on time, and that as time advances and we get closer, that you don't start to compromise on some of the things that you've articulated about the beauty of the region, being able to develop these sort of last mile solutions as well, and get to a point where it's like, okay, well, it's 12 months, we need a hotel now.
Well, I think that we've all who studied architecture know the advantages of having a deadline. That's when you pull your all-nighter and you finish. So sometimes having a hard deadline is a good thing. The advantage, again, that we have in Asir is that we have strong leadership with vision, and we have centralized planning and decentralized execution, and the ability to be able to plan properly. And that is a big advantage and gives us an edge to deal with that. So we are in a position, we don't feel that having a deadline is actually a negative thing. On the contrary, it's actually a positive thing, because then we can also link a lot of other things to that deadline and ensure that our development plan is delivered on time.
Yeah, and one of the other themes I think of the day has been technology, and the role that is obviously transforming the way we all live our lives, and the way we move as well. As we get into dealing with the challenges of dealing with very large volumes of people in short periods of time, how can technology help solve some of those problems, and what are the sort of the key areas that people need to be focusing on?
I think the first point when it comes to the execution, right, and the hard deadlines and how we can use technologies to help us with that, is that you need to start as early as possible. And that is often, unfortunately, a problem that we've seen in the past, that sometimes then decisions take longer than expected, et cetera, and then you get later, and then at the end you try to buy your way out. But then the quality suffers and the cost explodes, et cetera. So that is, I mean, as always, you cannot start early enough. And in order to basically enable that, that's also already another area where it's, when you think about intelligently, how can you use technology to bring together, for example, the different stakeholders, the different planning inputs, the different execution inputs. It's a key aspect that needs to be, where this can help, not only then in technical topics such as routing and later on, right? But right now at the stage where we need to ensure that everything is built and there in time. So that's a fundamental, I think, a bit underestimated use of technology, how I can actually build platforms centralized to monitor the progress across all stakeholders that really enforce almost inputs that are there in order that these decisions can be taken. Yeah, I've seen this unfortunately too many times in the kingdom sometimes, that then some decisions get delayed, and then at the end of the day, that the construction starts too late, and then we have the problem at the end.
Yeah.
I think we always try to design for the future, but not be futuristic, and not fall into the trap of just technology for technology's sake.
Yeah.
But we also want to be flexible enough and agile to be able to accommodate what the future brings. Specifically, we go back to the Abha uplift, and again, how do we transform a city that has such a great potential to be a walkable city because of the climate, the topography, all the conditions say this has to be a walkable city. But then again, the dominance of the car makes that very, very difficult. But now we start to, in our planning, look into creating mobility hubs. We start looking into autonomous vehicles, internal micro-mobilities, and plan for such solutions. How do we also take advantage of our beautiful resorts that are maybe could be an hour or 2 hour drive from Abha city? Again, we start to plan for the idea of the air taxis and things in the future that can bring you closer. But at the same time, grounded in reality, but ready also for the future.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, for you in ASEER, this is a great opportunity to have sort of eyes all over the world suddenly on the region in a way that they perhaps wouldn't be, and so. Are you seeing this as also a sort of a marketing opportunity for the region on a global stage?
Yes, absolutely. But I think the fact that ASEER is so unique and is always a surprise. I mean, I'm talking not about my colleagues and friends who are living in the West. I'm talking about my friends who are in the Middle East. When they see pictures of ASEER, they think it's Lebanon. They're confused. They don't know this is Saudi Arabia. You see these beautiful, lush juniper forests and wildlife, and they can't believe it's in Saudi Arabia. So I think that ASEER by itself, with its colorful and rich heritage and culture and beautiful landscape, by itself will be a place where people want to bring back the feeling of discovery that we've lost in travel, because everywhere is overexposed on social media. You go to places, you've already seen everything before you arrive, and most likely you get disappointed because it doesn't match. The room is smaller than I thought. This is, But when you have an opportunity for such an element of discovery and surprise, it gives ASEER a big advantage that it almost doesn't need to be marketed.
Yes, and Helmut, one of the points you mentioned earlier on was these issues of sort of freight and the whole logistics transport as well, which I mean, if we look back at Doha, I mean, in some ways it was kind of easy for them because Qatar's a very small country. It has an established port network and all the logistics and infrastructure there. Saudi Arabia is a very big country. It's it's an entirely different story. You've got construction going on in very different places. You're going to have to bring materials into all of those places. You're going to have to bring a workforce into all of those places that perhaps might not be there. How big a challenge is that, and how do you get around those issues?
Yeah, I think so the Expo is in Riyadh. Yeah, the World Cup has 4 centers, more or less regional. You have Khobar, Aba, and then Jeddah and Riyadh. So that makes it already a bit easier than, for example, in other World Cups, like now in the US, Mexico, and Canada, where you literally are spread across two continents. Yeah, so if you take North and South America or Middle America, so that's much larger spread. So in that sense, that's the good news. I think the more challenging part is, as I said before, also there's so many projects ongoing that are not just only related to the Expo and at the World Cup, but you have also all the other work that is ongoing. So I mean, this country has seen an unprecedented transformation in the past years, and then it's still ongoing. That we set some the Vision 2030. It's just at the beginning stage of its implementation status. So this is really going to be the interesting aspect, how that can be managed all together in one flow. It's a bit similar to what I mentioned before. When the event is there, you'll not only have actually the spectators and visitors, you also have your citizens, right? And you also don't want to completely, have them out of the city. In Paris, for example, a lot of my friends actually, they all literally went out when the Olympics were, which was a little bit pity almost, because they all felt, oh my God, it's going to be so crowded. That ultimately, funny-wise, helped a bit because it was less traffic than expected. But it's not necessarily the way you want to do it.
Yes, yeah.
On the topic of freight, again, the World Cup Stadium will also help us accelerate some of the projects that we have in infrastructure. We have a highway that will take us down to the coast that will actually cut the time in half. And that's already ongoing. And having the World Cup again as a deadline gives us also the right tempo to make sure that that is complete, that it can provide the access and freight, as you mentioned, being an important part of it.
And I guess, the other thing for you in sort of hosting one of these and going through this development process is that, nobody wants to live on a building site. And so, managing the process and maintaining the quality of life in the city as it goes through this development also requires a huge amount of thoughtfulness and consideration. How are you planning to tackle those sorts of issues?
I think, again, it brings us back to our approach of centralized planning and decentralized execution. Our leadership, the chairman of the Asir Development Authority is also the governor of the Asir region. So that gives us the ability to really have the ability to effectively do centralized planning and decentralized execution.
Yeah. Helma, as we briefly mentioned the legacy idea. What do you think will be the key challenge for Saudi Arabia as it looks at making sure that the investments in infrastructure are things that have sustainable legacies, and also there's a lot of coverage for every place whenever they host one of these big events as to is the net result positive for these economies, or do they spend more money on it than they end up making long term?
I think obviously, and there's so many examples of that, of some that went well, some that didn't go well. I mean, Barcelona versus Athens also, if you're internationally, right? So Barcelona is a beautiful example how that whole city all of a sudden thrived, literally. In Athens, it was very, very costly exercise, so, and it didn't maybe bring back that economic advantage. I think the good news is in a sense for the kingdom is that the need to invest into public transport infrastructure is there anyhow. So this is great that this is a further catalyst for that this will be done. Yeah? And it's also a bit of a different situation if you look then at the next level in terms of how will be the utilization of the assets after the events. In, let's say, Doha specifically, obviously is a very small city and country with 3.5 million residents. So yes, so the metro system built there, etc. I mean, right now, obviously, it might not be that utilized. Then it will maybe be in 20 years or so. Here, that will be different, obviously. I think the core question will be a bit the legacy, and the legacy for the Expo side. I would also say that is already in the planning. What I can see from the master plans, there is very clear thoughts how that site itself can be used and also how the mobility systems can be used. I think the most interesting question from my side would be what will they do with all the stadia that they're going to build in Riyadh, because there's going to be 5 or 6 new stadia that's going to be built, and that's obviously a question, do you need that on a permanent basis, right? But from a, let's say, public transport perspective, building that up is in Riyadh, and with all the plans to grow that city to ultimately 13 million, that is almost, I mean, not so much of an issue.
Yeah. And Waleed, you've got a big airport development coming up for Asir. I mean, can you tell us a bit about what's that going to mean for your capacity to be able to handle visitors, and what's the ambition for Asir in terms of attracting tourists, and where are they coming from? Are they coming from Saudi Arabia? Will they be coming regionally or internationally, or all of the above?
I mean, Asir region has an approved strategy, and we have also in the middle of working on our regional plan. And we have this advantage of working top, bottom, and bottom up. The ambition is for Asir to be an all-year-round tourist destination, and the project of the airport was launched a couple of years ago as an international competition amongst top consultants. And when we received the designs, they were all rejected. They were great airports, but it was a piece of transportation infrastructure. But we don't want just transportation infrastructure. We want a gateway to Asir, a sense of arrival. When you look before you land outside of your window of your airplane, you look down and you say, wow, I've arrived in Asir. So we ran the competition again. And Foster and partner, they won first prize, and we were able to create an architectural language that reflect the identity, but also reflect the time, and at the same time accommodate the volume of tourists that we are expecting, which we're targeting for 7 million in the airport, and that's the second airport in the Asir region. We have another airport in Bisha, and we're also accessible by land. So there is current percentages of local tourism will also be increased, but we aim to attract international tourists by having this international airport and having direct flights that can come from different parts of the world.
Yeah. And how are you, is there any sort of technology on the horizon that you're particularly interested in seeing how it can help to revolutionize and change mobility in the region as well? I mean, wandering around the exhibition area, we've got electric taxis, take off and landing vehicles. I've just been to people who are doing, autonomous vehicles. Do these have a big role to play, do you think, in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, looking from the perspective, like we were discussing, that we don't work in silos. We work in very high level of collaboration. So when we have a mobility problem, it's not necessarily a mobility solution. It could be an urban planning solution. We could have a lot of congestion in the summertime where we have peak drivers, and rather than saying, okay, make the roads wider, we start to analyze what are these drivers and why are they out, and if you find that a lot of them are just going out to cruise, then we create nice pedestrian areas for them to walk around. So that could reduce the use of the cars, for example. Another thing that we're looking at now on one of the projects is the idea of having the autonomous vehicles being used via app. So, because part of our problem is not just the roads, but the parking. The parking eats up so much valuable space in the city that if we manage to keep the parking out of the city and keep those autonomous vehicles, even Ubers or anything that's shared mobility, that frees up a lot of sidewalk space, which very many cities don't even exist, the idea of a sidewalk. Everything is just from car to shop. There's no space outside. And that's what we aim to do, to be able to bring back that space for pedestrians and for the people and for the city.
Yeah. Helmut, what do you, as we look at the delivery timeline that we have over the next 8-9 years for getting to the World Cup, obviously shorter to get to Expo, what's the biggest worry and the thing that, when you speak to the decision makers and the policy makers here, that you want to make sure that they have at the top of their minds?
No, as we mentioned before, I think the key is to start as early as possible, right? The key is to streamline the decision making. The key is to bring in all relevant parties to one table, to have a very clear coordinated mechanism that allows you to bring in all the inputs. And as I said, for that purpose, technology can be a great driver. So this is an aspect that, in terms of the whole setup, the governance setup as such, is quite important to keep in mind. I think another aspect, obviously, is also, that's what we mentioned before, there's a lot of other aspects also, there's a lot of other projects currently in the making. So it's also important to look at basically securing the supply capabilities. Yeah, that's generally a topic, which is for the stadia and for the expo side, should be sort of handleable, but there's a lot going on at the same time. So these are crucial aspects. We can, and there's obviously many others. I think the core point is basically that they really have also a realistic plan, yeah, and not just at the end and everything shuffled together. Plus, bringing in obviously also operators as early as possible. A key aspect as well that helps a lot during the planning stage, also to avoid ultimately certain corrections that you need to do then last minute, which then often ends up also in delays, etc.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Willie, what keeps you up at night as you think about everything that will have to be achieved over the next decade?
Well, I think, of course, the issue of time, that's the big challenge, is how do you make sure that everything keeps going at the right tempo in order to reach the finish line, especially on things that have hard deadlines. That's usually what keeps me up at night. But I'm very confident that we are working with a steady pace, and we will get there and beyond, inshallah.
Yeah. Well, I think our time is also up for this session as well, so that was an appropriate note to end on. But so thank you very much, and yeah, please show your appreciation for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all for joining us for day one here at CoMotion Global. I personally look forward to that session of all the American in me looks forward perversely to all the international visitors who will be arriving at stadia in Kansas City and Foxborough, Massachusetts, expecting robust public transportation systems and finding only seas of parking lots for the World Cup 2026 in June. But it's been a pleasure here to have you for their first day. Just quickly, a few insights here as I thought about listening to the various themes that have come up here in closing. One is the city as a living lab. You know, this idea that comes from Professor Carlo Ratti, the idea that cities are places of experimentation of new modes of living and moving, but must also be balanced against the fact that, as the mayor of Freetown put it, a quarter of her residents live in informal settlements. So to whom has the privilege of being in this living lab? That's one question and tension I think we have to deal with. The second is autonomy is already here. It's here. We've been talking about it for a decade, but that final adoption is, of course, going to be the hard part. And it's not just a question of capital investment, but also in that regulation and enablement too. Will we see, you know, the nations and the cities that are able to have strong authorities that are able to implement this be first movers, or will they simply be first movers at making a new wave of mistakes, as many cities did around the unfettered use of the automobile? Also, this question of efficiency and equity and how, when combined, they create trust, as we heard on the multimodal panel. Can you deliver with the skill of the private sector, but also do so in an equitable way, the way the public does? Do that right, and you unlock incredible benefits, but do it wrong because of misaligned incentives, and you have things like mobility as a service, once heralded as the dream 10 years ago, just fall apart around you. This idea that, of course, the last mile is always the hardest. This came up again today. You know, this notion of like how the key to unlocking multimodal trips is getting over that final hard part. Will autonomy there, again, hold the answer perhaps to unlocking it? Maybe, we will see. But, you know, mega events and climate change disasters and others will only continue to add to that challenge. Another theme is platforms versus stacks. You know, the 10, 15 years ago, the idea that an Uber or others would own the one ring to rule them all when it comes to autonomy or mobility has really given way to the pragmatic idea here that there will be all sorts of stacks evolving here, combinations of providers, consumer brands, and software companies. And we're in this time of experimentation to see how all those pieces will come together. And then finally, you know, I think the key message here for me, at least, is put people at the center, not only in terms of centering people in terms of thinking about your mobility system, but literally give them the wheel, in the case of the foldable wheel that Hugo mentioned there from Tensor, of letting people feel like they are in control at every step. So we will return to some of these themes tomorrow, in addition to autonomy and more technology, but I look forward to seeing you all at CoMotion Global Day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and we'll see you in the morning.